各位现场的与会贵宾、来宾。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the events organized by NTU's Risk Society and Policy Research Center, Fubon Financial Holdings, Fubon Cultural Educational Foundations, and Academia Sinica. This event is called 2022 Fubon Globalization Forums, Accelerating Net Zero, Human Center, and Just Transitions. First of all, we would like to invite welcome our distinguished guests, presidents of Fubon Group, Cai Minzhong, presidents of Academia Sinica, Liao, director NARS Lab, Li Fazhen, professors Yuns from Seoul National University, and distinguished guests from Fubon Financial Holdings and Fubon Cultural and Educational Foundation. First of all, we would like to invite the director of NTU RSPRC, Director Zhou Guitian, to give us the opening remarks. President Liao, President Cai, Director Lins, Professor Yun, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the annual Global Globalizations Forum. In the past year, we encounter climate crisis, droughts, heat waves, floods, and other crises. We also encounter geopolitical tensions. The war between Ukraine and Russia leads to energy crisis. Semiconductor industries around the world are also restructuring. And according to our data, 56% of our new investment in Taiwan consume a lot of energy and power. So Taiwan is facing unpredictable and unprecedented crisis like never before. I have mentioned in the past, we have a writer in the past have said that we are happy to be Taiwanese and also be a part of the global citizens. We are seeing changes in economy and industry, so we have to think about the next 20, 30, or 40 years for the future generations. We also have a target from the national governments in 2030. Since that we are highlighted in the world under the current geopolitical tensions, we need to think about a future for sure. We would like to thank Fubon Financial Holdings and Fubon Cultural Educational Foundation for your support, so we can think together about our future and communicate positive messages to our society. Today, we are very happy to have President Liao Junzhi from Academia Sinica to give us a keynote speech. Later on, we'll also have panel discussions from different parts of the world. In the afternoon, we will also announce the result of our surveys regarding to high carbon emitting industries. We want to know how laborers and the public perceive net zero targets and how they will be impacted by these changes. We hope that this survey results can be a good policy reference to our government. I hope that everyone can work together to move forward together. Thank you. Next, we would like to invite Chairperson Cai Minzhong from Fubon Groups to give us the opening remarks. Director President Liao, Director Zhou, Director Lin, distinguished guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am excited to return to my university, and I was in discussions with Director Liao and President Liao that this building was donated by my relatives more than a decade ago. I think NTU have maintained and used this property and this venue very well, so we can organize the event today in this venue. I feel honored. Today, I have prepared a speech text with you because normally I speak casually, but today it is a very important event. This is our 7th annual Fubon Globalization Forum. While some people would say that globalization is dead, I think that our focus is not economic globalizations, but common issues around the world. Just like what Director Zhou have mentioned earlier, we have encountered human survivals. Taiwan is not just a part of the world, but we are also a contributor to all mankind. It's important for us to take our responsibilities. We are facing climate change that have exacerbated into a climate crisis. We are feeling the chill this week, but last week it was quite warm in weather. In Taiwan, I think now we only have 2 seasons, summer and winter. And the weather is going extreme in Taiwan. Yesterday, I read a report from a Financial Times on its webpage, and I saw that London is snowing, and it comes much earlier than before. In the recent COP27, leaders around the world continue to talk about how we can limit the temperature rise under 1.5 degrees Celsius. They also talk about carbon reductions targets and objectives. They also talk about just transition. Just transition is an important topic not just in Taiwan but also around the world. It's just transitions. So it is important that we take this phrase and this concept seriously. In the net zero journey, many carbon emitting industries will be impacted. As we are in the journey of net zero, many developing countries around the world, including African countries, are blaming developed countries for creating the climate crisis. And they think it is unjust that they have to shoulder the consequences. Therefore, they are requesting damages and compensation from developed countries regarding to what they have done in the past. So just transitions encompass infrastructure in the society so the society can be more resilient. We also need to think about green job and green job for youth, for younger generations. In the financial sector, we can also contribute to climate financing. Fubon is a financial company. In the past few years, we have done a lot in the financing process. We have set up the financing standard, and we are the first financial companies in Taiwan who have committed not to invest it in high carbon emitting industries and power generations industries. We are also encouraging our customers to implement and use their finance and capital to conduct their green transition. I have told my employees that we should finance for their transitions and transformation. We hope that the capital we provide can not only support green and clean energy and green and clean industries, we also need to support those companies who will be impacted by the net zero process and help them along the way in their transitions. It will also secure their employment opportunities. We also know the significance and importance of renewable energy. Therefore, in 2022, Fubon Financial Holdings have become a RE100 members. We have procured 670,000 kilowatt hour of renewable energy last year. As an industry player, we also hope that the governments can implement and meet the targets of net zeros by 2050. We urge the government to design a practical map and pathway toward net zeros by 2050. And along the way, we can also secure resilience in the society. I think that it is our purpose to organize the events to ensure that we can have human-centered just transitions. It is important for us to introduce this important concept to industries, society, and governments. Last but not the least, I would wish this event a huge success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Tsai. Please be seated. And dear photographers, please feel free to come forward so that we can take a group photo. So it's now time for group photo. Dear guests, you're all cordially invited to look into the camera. We will be capturing the photo, and you can remove your mask for now. Thank you.
谢谢我们的摄影师以及现场的来。
Thank you, everyone. Today, we're very honored to have Professor James Liao from Academia Sinica. The keynote presentation is titled Our Progress Toward Net Zero 2.2 Actions and Acceleration. And we are very honored to have Professor Fa Zhenglin from NAR Labs for the moderator. Let us welcome Professor Lin. President Tsai, Chairman Tsai, Professor Liao from Academia Sinica. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Tsai and President Liao. I'm very honored to be the moderator today to introduce the speaker to you. It's my honor to introduce President James Liao from Academia Sinica. And he graduated from Department of Chemistry in NTU, and he pursued further study in Wisconsin-Madison, United States. He was elected the best inventor and also member of the Academia Sinica in the United States, and also he's, of course, an honorable member of Academia Sinica. And he became the president of Academia Sinica in the past decade, and he's been succeeding the position for twice. And he is focused on microbiology and also chemistry. And the CCSU technology he invented has been applied in aeronautics for the application of biomass, and also in how to replace fossil fuel with biomass and bioorganization. He has advanced technology and has been recognized as a pioneer in the synthesized metabolites of modern technology. I remember once I was Googling Google Scholar and James C. Liao. I was wondering who he was. And then as I checked, I found out that until 1997 in UCLA, as he was a professor in Department of Chemistry and Bioengineering, and he had impact number in 98, and he has more than 30,000 times of citations. President Liao, he has received multiple international awards from the from the EPA in the United States, and also he's been recognized by U.S. President, and also in Italy, and also the applied engineering science in the United States, and also in Israel, in many other countries. Today, the topic for President Liao is our progress toward Net Zero 2.0 and acceleration of this progress. It's about pyrolysis of hydrogen, meaning that how to obtain green hydrogen through the latest pyrolysis technology, methane pyrolysis. So I think this is really a key technology for our future progress in Taiwan. And actually, the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan, we just passed a new act to form a commission of net zero technology in Taiwan. And the chairperson is actually Mr. Wu Zhengzong, the National Science Commission, and President Liao is a co-organizer for the commission. So today, I believe this is a beacon not only for our future technology development, but also a guideline for all industries related in this aspect. So now let's welcome President Liao, James Liao from Academia Sinica. Thank you very much, Professor Lin. Chairman Tsai, Professor Zhou, President Lin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, online and offline, good morning. Today I'm very honored to be able to share with you the technologies in Net Zero 2.0. And actually, Academia Sinica, just 2 weeks ago, we publicly announced a white paper, a recommendation of Net Zero 2.0. I will not be reading through the white paper, but I will summarize and highlight some key points. First of all, I would like to emphasize among existing technologies, there's no tool and there is no way that we can deliver net zero goal in 2050, let alone 2030. For all human beings, we must work fast and also actively develop new technologies so that we can deliver our net zero goal by 2050. And even though we are diligent, we work very hard to develop new technologies, it's not guaranteed that we can achieve the goal by 2050. So today, I think the topic is, among all the technological options, how can we choose? How can we determine the future directions for development? Especially in my presentation, I will focus on human-centered just transition. Even though we are talking about technology, but technology always started from human, and actually they're interconnected. Technology always stays in the context of society and human beings. So we might elaborate the relationship between people and technology. So as we discuss net zero, we need to have some parameters to measure. In 2019, in Taiwan, we have emitted 287 million tons equivalent of carbon dioxide. So that is, we have to stand up from where we fell. So we look into the categories where we emitted the most. For example, we use a lot of fossil energy. So how much energy we consumed? What were the key categories? Of course, it's mainly electricity, almost half of it. And so far, in average, we use 280 billion kilowatts of electricity a year. And in total, how much energy we consume, if you translate that into oil equivalent, that is almost 85 million of fossil fuel equivalent. So if we translate that into electricity, that is almost 488.8 billion of kilowatt per hour. Suppose we have 55% of electricity efficiency. So that is how we translate the kiloliter fossil fuel usage equivalent. So of course, look at the volume. Volume is very important. Actually, starting in senior high school, we hear about these physical principles that all energies exist and the quantity, they do not disappear for no reason. So in 2019, we have emitted 287 million tons of carbon dioxide, which includes 78 million tons of carbon. So if we want to capture this carbon and transform them into other forms, so what might be the options? Okay, it could be concrete. That's about almost 12 million tons of production. And also there's a very low level of carbon in concrete. So it's not a feasible option, not an ideal one. So if you look at chemical production or chemical products, there will be ethylene. In 2020, we produced about 4 million tons of ethylene. Okay, still that's too little if compared to carbon emission. And if you look at wood production, usually the unit would be cubic meters. But if you look at the weight, it's about slightly less than 4 million tons. And most of the woods we use in Taiwan are imported. So how about food? We consume a lot of rice. That's about 1.27 million tons. So all these options with the concrete, ethylene, etc., they are much less than the volume of carbon we emitted. So if we emit carbon capture and transform, actually is still not enough. That means we have to start with net zero energy. So if we look at the portfolio, and in this pie chart, you can see what are the key categories and key industries that emit the most carbon. You can see the different hues of green that represent the proportion of carbon they use. So the biggest chunk will be electricity, which takes about 50%. And then we have transportation, that's about 12.6%. Why we have a lot of carbon in transportation is because we burn the fossil fuel, we use fossil fuel, and then we will have combustion, etc. And we have different vehicles from motorcycle, sedan, trucks, vessels, aircraft, all those 12.6%. And among it, sedan and motorcycle, well, actually it's less than 6%, not much. And also we have construction industries. They use, for example, coal or fossil. These fossil fuels are burned and they did not directly use electricity. Also, that means they take 3.7%, that solid fuel. And also we have petrochemicals. That's about 3.1%. So overall, by burning these fossil fuels, that takes about 90% of the overall carbon emission.
The agricultural activities also lead to carbon emission. The agriculture only accounted for 1.1%, and waste disposals also lead to carbon emissions. For other industries, accounted for 3.3%. So energy usage is the major carbon emitter. So how should industries reduce their carbon emission? There are several efforts they can take. First of all, they need to increase the energy efficiency. Many industries have continued on these efforts. It is not enough to just increase energy efficiency. As we mentioned before, many carbon emissions is caused by direct carbon burning fossil fuels. Not all processes can be electrified. Electrification is not applicable to all industries, but we hope that we can make it as much as possible. And also, when these industries are electrified, power generation process can be centralized and managed centrally. For industries including productions, manufacturings, and constructions, there are some efforts that they can take to reduce their carbon emissions. They may also choose, for example, hydrogen powers for steel making. We are doing a lot in transportation sector. Many buses are electrified now. Many scooters and sedans are electrified as well. We are also moving into electric trucks, and a few days ago, Tesla have announced their new electric truck models. There are still uncertainties, but electrification is still an important trend. In our daily life, how can we reduce carbon emissions? We need to conserve energy, recycle, and take public transportation. These are all important. And we also need to see how we can contribute to carbon emission efforts. The residential usage accounted for 6% of power in Taiwan. Once again, transportation is accounted for 12.6% of power consumption in Taiwan. Once again, we still need to generate a lot of carbon-free electricity. So our suggestion to the government is that on the path and journeys toward net zero, it is important to develop carbon-free electricity. With carbon-free electricities, we can electrify many different sectors in the industries. For example, we can achieve about 45.5% of industries into electrifications. It's an influential effort that we can take in industries. We can also cover commercial and service sector around 10%, as many of these service industries already use electricity for most of their power consumption. Electrification can also apply to transportations and residential usage. Some people would suggest to use hydrogen power. Once again, hydrogen is a vehicle, it's not an energy itself. Hydrogen is produced with some kind of energy. If you are using hydrolysis to generate hydrogens. However, if your power source is carbon emitting, it's not really a green energy. So you still need to go back to the basics to produce carbon-free electricity. Once again, carbon is a vehicle, not a power source itself. While we are moving electrifications, we need to know how much electricity we need to use. Currently, we are using 280 billion kilowatt hours of power each year. And burning fossil fuels accounted for 42.4% of carbon emission. In the future, if we can increase our electrification's proportions, we can reduce our carbon emission. For example, if you move 50% into electrifications, we will need more than 400 billion kilowatt hours of power. If we want to reach 90% electrifications, we will need 220 billion kilowatt hour of additional power. So this is the rough numbers we can see here. And one of the important prerequisites is that our demands do not increase in the future. So once again, if we want to electrify most of our power consumption, we need 400 to 500 billion kilowatt hours of power in the future. So it creates a huge burden to the power generation system. Power generation is also related to air pollutions, and that's why we encourage people to think about new technologies when it comes to carbon reductions and also electrifications. We hope that our efforts in carbon reductions can also solve other issues at the same time. Among all the energy options, how do we prioritize? If you look at this graph, the XSY is the carbon reductions amount. And the axis X is the population number that are impacted. Some people are already marginalized or disadvantaged in the society, so we need to prioritize their needs and minimize their impact. The priority social issues often impact a lot of people, but they do not emit a lot of carbon. On the left-hand side, some of the technology sector may be able to reduce a large amount of carbons, but they do not impact a huge number of populations. So if you can influence and change the technology on the left-hand side, you can actually make a lot of contributions in carbon reductions without impacting a large population. Eventually, we want to reduce carbon emissions in all different aspects, but we can still prioritize some technologies to ensure carbon reduction first. When we modify or evolve these technologies, they will not impact a large number of populations initially. As we've moved toward to the right, you need to have more stakeholder discussions. You need to explain more to the public society. And later on, in the afternoons, we will listen to a report from Director Zhou and NTU, and they will talk about how people in the general public perceive net zero targets and carbon reduction efforts. Moreover, new technologies and emerging technologies can also power industry transformations. Therefore, our suggestions would be starting from technology developments to facilitate industry transformation. This is the logic of all our policy suggestions. We need to find priorities, and we also need to start with the high carbon emitting industries. We should definitely start with those high carbon emitting industries that impact fewer numbers of populations. There are all kinds of technology options. How do we prioritize them? Once again, we want to prioritize those feasible and impactful technologies. For example, Department of Energies in the United States announced yesterday that they have a new breakthroughs in nuclear infusion. Because their output is much higher than their inputs. It's an important technology breakthroughs, but it is not possible for us to evaluate its feasibilities at the moment. If it can be successful, it can reduce significant numbers of carbon. Besides the nuclear infusion technologies, what we can do in Taiwan at the moment is what we can prioritize. First of all, we need to have high efficiency solar. We also need to do pyrolysis. We also need to utilize geothermal as well as ocean energy. We have been talking about geothermal and ocean energy for 20 years with minimal progress. However, with technology developments, we believe that these two will be important and more likely to succeed in the near future. As I said before, that we emit 287 million tons of carbon dioxide in 2019 in Taiwan. Maybe we can generate all kinds of different chemicals in Taiwan. If we want to generate these chemicals, for example, we can use 12.6 million tons of carbon dioxide that accounted for 5% of our carbon emission in Taiwan. But in the process, you will need 114 billion kilowatt hours of power. So if we want to use 5% of our carbon emissions, we need to use a large number of power in the process. So once again, it's a reminder that we need to start with carbon-free energy. Because if you are only trying to use the carbon that you have emitted, we will never be able to catch up with the carbon emission effort that we have done already. Once again, all the things that I have mentioned before is a reminder that we want to use green energy and carbon-free power. So where does it come from? Where can we get those green energy? Of course, we can produce ourselves or we can import. we can produce with solar and wind. We can also explore ocean energy and geothermal. These are important, and that's something we can produce ourselves. We have very limited options in Taiwan, but geothermal and ocean energy is something we can achieve. It is challenging, but I think we cannot give up on these two options. We can also produce energy with biomass. Biomass can contribute, but it's limited as well.
进口方面呢，
As to imported energy, the first possibility is that we use LNG, we have gas, and then we have carbon capture technology, and theoretically, because we capture all the carbon emitted and then we consolidate and capture them, like I said, theoretically it's feasible. However, there's a big question mark if we are using a lot of carbon and we need to capture a lot. Secondly, if we use hydrogen, so actually hydrogen can be extracted from natural gas, and steam reforming, actually that is the most methane steam reforming, actually that is the most efficient way of extracting hydrogen for power. However, at the same time as we are producing hydrogen, we are also emitting carbon dioxide. So that means we need to capture and consolidate the carbon. So again, that will be a huge consumption, also cost for energy and quality. Next, if we use natural gas and we use methane pyrolysis technology, how is it different from the previous option? That is, in this option, we are transforming hydrogen into solid state instead of steaming state, because when they're in steaming state, it's more difficult to capture, especially before combustion. And if we have solid carbon and solid state of hydrogen, it's much easier to capture and store. And actually, they are very good for industrial production. They can be a sort of raw materials, also spare energy. For example, they can be burned like coal. So, I mean, if one day we run out of other resources. And of course, by then, carbon emission would not be the prioritized concern. So this methane pyrolysis, this is a technology that has been developed around the world for more than a decade ago. And at that time, we were transforming natural gas into pure hydrogen or pure carbon, so that when we have these pure elements, they can be used in advanced or premium industrial application. However, here we are for electricity. And since it's for electricity, then we wouldn't need pure form of hydrogen or pure form of carbon. That means the cost for the technology can be driven down for several levels. So for example, pure form of hydrogen, which acts for 5 nines after the point, I mean, the cost is exponentially different. And actually for power production, we need maybe about 50% of purity when it comes to solid state of carbon. So in order to prevent stereotypes or biases in the cost of capturing these elements, actually we would prefer to use another term, a new term, to explain our idea. That is methane pyrolysis, meaning that we remove carbon and then we burn the hydrogen, that is methane pyrolysis. And we don't have to store hydrolysis in this process because we are using it right away. And next option here on the slide is importing green hydrogen. This is a new technology being developed in Japan and Australia. Theoretically, we can actually rely on the vast production in Australia because they are building solar panels in the vast area of land. And also they have special technology to ship the hydrogen to Taiwan. However, it will be rather costly and the technology is still under development. But there's a possibility maybe it takes some more time. In addition, hydrogen can be a vehicle for energy, same for ammonia. And actually, we have much mature technology for ammonia. Certainly, we still emit carbon during the process of producing ammonia. And at the same time, there's still also the possibility of building up a factory or ammonia production site in Australia, and the cost will be slightly less than hydrogen. Next option on the side is to import biomass raw material. It's feasible, but the quantity is limited. If we need a big scale, then maybe it's not feasible through this option. Last but not least, it would be to import nuclear fossil fuel. That is, we leverage nuclear energy, but nuclear waste, that would be very caustic when it comes to social communication. And in Taiwan, as we all know, we've been discussing this matter for a long while. And it looks like at current state, we're still discussion and we are not reaching a conclusion in the near future. And like I said yesterday, in the Department of Energy in the United States, they just announced a new technology of nuclear fusion. And that is actually shedding new light for the hope of nuclear technology around the world. Of course, it's exciting news. It could be a new milestone, but when and how are we going to use it or benefit from this technology, we have no answer yet. So based on all these different options, some of them are possible, and we have 4 categories here. 4 categories of priority. Number 1 is we need to promote as soon as possible. And second, we need to expand the promotion. Accelerate as soon as possible, meaning that we've been discussing and we are not dedicated yet. But in this category, these methods, once they succeed, I mean, even if they have high risk, but they have high impact. So in this category, you can see high efficiency solar panels, solar power, and also methane pyrolysis, thermal power, marine power, etc. And the second category is that we need to expand the promotion, expand the campaign. For example, wind power, emerging biomass power, and also network building, electricity or energy capture, social and other economic methods. In this category, these options have received some resources, or the government has dedicated efforts in this, but we can do better. And number 3, the third category, is that we need to continue the promotion. For example, these are the traditional biomass energy, hydropower, traditional CCUS technology, etc. And the fourth category will be that we need to follow up really closely. For example, the future nuclear technology, the future, like I said, the Energy Department in the United States, they just announced the new nuclear fusion technology and also the latest CCUS technology. That is, these might be emerging technology, but it deserves our attention so that we can have the best timing to dedicate our resources at the best time. So now I would like to share with you high efficiency solar power. Its significance, well, I think it's no need to explain. The challenge here is that in Taiwan, we have limited area for solar panels because we are a mountainous island. We have populous urban communities. So if we look at the electricity efficiency, it's about 20% or so. and we can have 28 gigawatts per device, and it's not enough. So how can we improve the efficiency and also the volume of solar power? Number one, okay, we need to expand the area from 40% to 60% or 80%. It's feasible theoretically, but that would come with a high social cost. Secondly, we can improve the electricity efficiency. If we can improve from 20% to 30% of power production efficiency, then that would be, for example, when we reach the threshold of 50%, that means we exchange land with technology. Since we have limited land, then we can use high-level technology, for example, really efficient solar panels. High-efficiency solar panels, yes, they are under R&D, under production in the lab, but to reach commercial production, there are still some bottlenecks to break through. So far, the solar panels we're using, they are single-digit, they are single chip. There is a ceiling about 33%. There's a conversion rate. And actually, in reality, if we can reach 27 to 28% of a conversion rate, that is good enough. And actually, what is available in the market, there are mostly 22% of conversion rate. So we can change the form of solar panels. For example, we can use new materials. And for example, the new elements, for example, we can stacked panel, and the new elements, for example, perovskite, that is an element to produce better higher efficiency solar panels, even though they are not under development in the lab. But for commercial production, it takes some time. So we are seeing some new lights for the next generation solar power, but it takes some time. And as we have discussed with local providers, if once the R&D is completed, that we have confirmed the technology, we do have the production chain, the supply chain. We have the capacity to develop the real devices for use. So we are still discussing with suppliers. So what are the challenges? Well, in the lab, it's easy to reach high efficiency, but it's pricey. So it's difficult to lower or drive down the cost. What we need in the market is they should be cost efficient and they should be able to last. Because for solar panels, ideally we need it to be in function for 20 years. So for example, for packaging, commercial production, these are challenges. But of course, in challenges, we have opportunities. From the perspective of R&D, this is a new pathway, a new path. If we succeed in this aspect, of course, that means a new technology to be developed.
So this is the stacking solar panel that we have mentioned before. You can use two different kind of materials. You can use perovskite or you can use silicons as well. Therefore, you can receive energy from all spectrums and transform them into power. In that case, you can have higher conversion rate. But once again, you need to overcome some productions and cost issues. If I can't generate 1 kilowatt of green energy, how can we maximize efficiency? If you replace a 1 kilowatt hour traditional power with green power, you can save around 0.9 kilogram of carbon dioxide. So that's the higher efficiency situations. So it's better if we can use it directly. However, if we have excess green power, we need storage facility. If we can store it and release them when we need it, we can still save around 0.8 kilogram of carbon dioxide. The battery efficiency is about 90%. And in that case, that 1 kilowatt hour of green energy can be transformed into 0.9 kilowatt hour of green energy. There's an issue for battery is that it cannot save or store the energy for too long. For example, if you charge your smartphone and you can leave it there for a week or 2 weeks, and then you can see that the battery will discharge eventually. If you want to have long-term storage, you can also use 1 kilowatt hour of green energy to conduct hydrolysis and generate hydrogen. If you use this process, you will only have 0.48 kilowatt hour of energy after this process. In that case, you can save around 0.42 kilogram of carbon dioxide. The benefit is that you can store these energy for long term. So these are several ways that we can use 1 kilowatt hour of green energy, and there are different efficiency numbers you can see here. This is the long-term prospects that we can think about in the future. So here, no matter you are using battery or you are using hydrogen, you are trying to save the green energy as much as possible over time. If we can have more advanced developments in battery efficiency, and in the future, maybe our battery set can store the energy for 6 months or 1 year without efficiency loss, then it can be a very competitive option. And of course, if you generate hydrogen, you can use it in other industries such as petrochemical industries. We can also break down natural gases in order to generate hydrogen as well. So you can have a solid carbons for storage, and you can also generate hydrogens for other usage. In this process, you can use 1 kilowatt of green energies and generate 3.6 kilowatt hour of energy or 2.6 kilowatt hour of energy in this process if we break down natural gases. And solid carbon can be stored or can be used as industrial material. In July this year, European Union already start a new process that they can accept natural gas or nuclear as green energy with conditions. So there are certain conditions. If they can meet those conditions, then European unions are willing to accept natural gas or nuclear as green energy. But it's important that we need to increase efficiency for natural gas and nuclear energy. Of course, that natural gas can be a very consistent energy source compared to solar or wind. If you use natural gas as green energy and use this process, it is completely compatible with the current natural gas power plants. So the current natural gas power plants can start to reconfigure and then start to explore how they can break down natural gases and generate hydrogens in the future. But of course, there are some challenges if you want to use these technologies to break down natural gases. First of all, in Taiwan, we still need to import those natural gases. We are seeing different solutions around the world in Norway or United States. I think those are the technology we can also pay attention to. In the future, we may be able to find better solutions for natural gas storage. So what's the difference for pyrolysis and the traditional natural gas power plants? On the left-hand side is the traditional methods. On the right-hand side, you see the new natural gas hydrolysis. I think I have 1 more minute, but I'll try to explain it as fast as possible. I hope I can get 1 more hour, but I don't think it's possible. This is an important idea, but I don't think that many people have paid attention to it in the past. There are different ways that we can generate hydrogens. So these are different methods that we can compare. This is just a theory, but it's a very simple theory that you can understand very easily. On the left-hand side, you see hydrolysis. You need to invest certain energy in order to generate hydrogen. So in the hydrolysis process, you do not have net gain in your energy productions. The benefit is that you can produce hydrogens and you can store the energy in the long term. At the center, this is the energy production process that I have introduced to you today. That in the process, you need to invest some energy, but you can have higher energy output. Therefore, you can have net gain in your energy output, and also you can generate a solid carbon. On the right-hand side, you can also see some benefits in energy output. However, it will generate carbon dioxide. You still need to capture it afterwards. So these are different methods that we can generate hydrogens. Currently, it is still difficult that if we want to mix natural gas and hydrogens in the power generations, but I think that by 2025 to 2030, you can find solutions. So this is a basic calculations of the benefits between traditional power generations and hydrogen's power generations. Compared with traditional natural gas power plants, the new technologies can generate solid carbons, and you can also generate more power in the process. So therefore, with the new technologies, you can have a net profit of more than 12,000 NT dollars per unit. Therefore, the industries and technology that we introduce today will have huge benefits regarding financially and also environmentally. So once again, pyrolysis is a solution that we can reduce carbon emission in Taiwan, and you can support very stable power source. You can also generate and produce solid carbon in the process to reduce the cost. This is a successful demonstrations in Academia Sinica. So in this whole demonstrations, you can generate solid carbons and you can have higher power generations. In the next few minutes, I'll talk about geothermal and ocean energy. Once again, Taiwan has a lot of geothermal resources that we haven't tapped into. In Japan, they have more than 603 megawatts, and the Philippines have utilized nearly 2,000 megawatts of geothermal. So we have the potential, but our development is very limited at the moment. In Taiwan, we have a few active volcanoes, so we have to drill deep under the surface in order to explore the geothermal energy. As we have better underground exploration technologies, it is better and easier for us to identify geothermal energy in the future. Once again, we also have a lot of marine power, and we also have very stable flow speed and flow rate compared with Japan and the Philippines. In the past, it was difficult because it's a very difficult engineering area on the eastern part of Taiwan. Our ocean bed is very deep, so therefore you need to have a very deep anchor on the ground. So in the futures, we want to utilize the sections on the northeastern part of Taiwan. There are still some challenges. Besides the engineering efforts, we also need to have better exploration technologies. We are now working with some universities to establish pilot sites. Last but not the least, by 2050, we have to think about the potential power composition in Taiwan. We hope that the new technologies that I have introduced to you, the pyrolysis, will account for 27% of power generation in Taiwan. And we also need to rely on solar and wind for 40%. We also need to rely on, for example, geothermal and marine energies. Last but not the least, we hope that the public society can support these carbon reduction efforts First of all, we need to invest in technology developments and research. We also need to support reasonable and feasible carbon fees and energy prices. Thank you very much.
让我们再
Thank you, President Liao from Academia Sinica. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Once again, thank you for your sharing. So, due to time constraint, we have 20 minutes of tea break. We have hot drinks in the hallway. Please feel free to enjoy. And it will be great if you have prepared your own cups or own container. And our next speech will start 10 to 11. So please be seated on time. Thank you very much.
主持人李华董事长，还有陆代表。
各位现场的与会来宾，大家好。下一个场次呢，即将再过1分钟开始，请现场的来宾尽速入座。贴心的提醒您，请将您的行动电话调整为静音或震动的模式，以免影响场内活动的进行。谢谢。下一个场次即将开始，请各位来宾尽速入座。待会场次呢为双语进行，若有需要口译服务的来宾呢，可外接有线耳机。那我们中文频道中文呢为频道1，英文为频道2。现在是综合座谈的时间，本场次的
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's panel discussion. And for this panel discussion, it's Q&A for the international net zero experiences and also strategies. Feel free to leave your questions in Slido. You can also raise your hand. You can also scan the QR code and download the presentation or presentation material from the speakers. For this session, it's our honor to have a moderator, Ms. Eliza Lin, Leader of Sustainability and Climate Change Services, PwC Taiwan. Also, we have Vice Minister from MOEA, Wen Shengzheng. Also, we have Dr. San Jin Yun, Professor of Environmental Studies at the Graduate School of Environmental Studies at Seoul National University. And also, we have Mr. Jules Chang, and he's from ECCT Energy and Environmental Committee Chairman. And also Mr. Alain Truan, Head of the Economic Department of French Office in Taipei. Chairman Tsai, Professor Zhou Ellen from French Office in Taipei. Good morning. My name is Eliza Lee. I am the Leader of Sustainability and Climate Change Services, PwC Taiwan. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to attend the Fubon Globalization Forum 2022. So today in this panel discussion, we will be sharing the different strategies and the experiences of net zero around the world in different countries. And as we heard in earlier presentations, net zero and zero carbon emission is an aligned goal for countries around the world. And actually they are related to and closely affected by the development of the society, also the lives of the citizens. So we have to set up different net zero strategies and different implementation methods as we are approaching 2030 and 2050. So in the process, for companies, we realize that even though it's a corporate goal, we need the government to provide a clear context and framework for net zero policies. We need the guidance from the government. So today in our panel discussion, the organizer also invited representatives from different fields, from different countries to share the policies and implementations in different countries. Today, in our panel discussion, we have 4 distinguished guests, 4 distinguished panelists. First of all, I would like to introduce Vice Minister Zeng Wensheng from Ministry of Economic Affairs, Taiwan. I believe he's a friend to you all. And Mr. Zeng has been working in the government, serving as a civil servant for more than 20 years. And she's been in this position for a few years and has been in charge of net zero and energy transition. So he is one of the key person, a mastermind behind the scene. And another distinguished panelist is Mr. Dr. Zhu Strong. He is the chairman of ECCT Energy and Environment Committee, and he has founded energy company, and also he is a co-founder and also chairperson of International Energy Assessment Evaluation Commission. Yes, he has a lot of recognition and titles. So please bear with me if I have mispronunciation. Also, Dr. Zhuo Strong, he is also very experienced in green energy development. So we are very honored to have him here with us. Our third panelist is Mr. Alain Chuan, head of the economic department of French office in Taiwan. He took office just in September, and before coming to Taiwan, Alan also has experiences in many countries aside from French offices, French energy offices. So he's been to Abu Dhabi and in the Middle East area, Singapore, and many other countries, and he's very familiar with Asia-Pacific affairs. So he has high level of understanding of Taiwan's energy affairs. So we are very honored to have Alan with us. The fourth panelist is Dr. Sun In-jun. During the previous tenure of President Wen Tsai-in, she was a consultant and advisor in the government, and she is a key person in promoting net zero and carbon neutrality. She is eloquent and proliferate in academic papers, etc. So now we have 20 minutes for each panelist. And after their sharing, I will come up to the stage again and we will have more interactions and questions. So today, let us invite our first panelist, Zeng Wensheng, Vice Minister of Minister of Economic Affairs in Taiwan. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Li, Leader of Sustainability. And today, Vice Minister Zeng, he had a video to share with you because he's been preoccupied by other affairs. And we will have Secretary General Zeng Wenchi. He will be with us in the discussion. Chairperson Li, dear moderator, dear panelists, distinguished guests, and also Professor Zhou from National Taiwan University, RSPRC. This is Zeng Wensheng. First of all, because I have to attend a budget meeting in the Legislative Yuan, so I wouldn't be able to attend the Globalization Forum today. So I have to use. I would love to present to you the strategies and plans of the Taiwanese government with this video. So first of all, the COP27 held in Egypt has come to an end, and today, the most aligned direction is that how can we together implement our goals together for implementation. Around the world, more than 100 countries have ratified the agreement and have made an announcement that net zero is a common goal to be delivered by 2050. And in the process, there are several key steps that we have to pay attention to. First of all, we have to look for possible technology solutions. In the past, we could have commitment, or we had expressed concerns on climate change. And these concerns and ideas must become actions and be implemented with real solutions. When it comes to solutions, it's never one single technology or one single government, a company, or a NGO. Usually, all this take everyone that we have to join hands, including the government, the company, and also private sectors, or promotion campaigns of new initiatives so that we can deliver and accelerate our progress in net zero. For implementation, of course, we look at pain points. Solutions cater to the questions. So we have to look at what are the pain points. So actually, net zero and just transition has been a popular topic. We've been discussing this topic for a while. So we have to look at the source of carbon emission. In Taiwan, we have several sources. Number one is, of course, energy production. It takes about 90%. For non-energy production emission, it comes from industrial production, manufacturing, and a little part of it comes from agriculture or husbandry. So in 90% of carbon emission, 56 of this big chunk come from electricity, whereas 34% comes from non-electricity emission. Mostly it's from traffic, from vehicles, from the combustions, and also turbines. For example, in industrial production, they need heat and they need other source of energy. And in the process, they emit a lot of carbon. So if we can identify the sources of carbon emission, of course, we can improve most efficiently. And the biggest part of it would be come from electricity production. So how can we reduce the emission of carbon in the production of electricity? For a net zero energy system, so far around the world, we have 3 key directions. Number one, renewable energy. And in the past few years, we see accelerated, really high speed of development. In Taiwan, we have remote wind power and solar power. These are the 2 key trends for Taiwan. And in the past few years, we've seen amazing and impressive development. And remote wind power, if we have the base year as 2016, so far we have installed more than 9.3 gigawatts, and that is more than 7 times of that if compared to base year 2016. And for remote solar power, we have more than 160 devices installed. They are now being integrated into our electricity power network. By the end of last month, in November, we saw some new indicators saying that our wind power production has exceeded 1 gigapower, and that is so exciting. And we look forward to 2023, 2024, 2025. We hope to see even faster development of remote wind power. And as to other sources, including thermal power, marine power, these are also key development areas, especially thermal power and marine power. We see great potential in these aspects. So we have revised the law, and so that we can better facilitate the development of thermal power, especially in exploration of possible sources of thermal power. Also, we are prepared for the legal support, and we hope thermal power can be the 3rd biggest renewable power supply in Taiwan, and marine power, being the 4th in our renewable power supply, will also receive a lot of attention and resources for development. Aside from these, by 2050, In addition to the renewable energies, the power network must be stable, so we still will operate on the basis of natural gas. Speaking of natural gas, we need to reduce its carbon emission. There are two ways. Number one, we have more hydrogen in it. We add hydrogen into the process. And we are taking incremental steps with more experiments. For example, Siemens and Taipower, they just signed MOU. And we will test in Xingda electricity site. We will have hybrid hydro power production in Xingda site. And also we work with Mitsubishi. We are exploring the possibility of adding ammonia to reduce carbon in the process of power production. In order to stabilize our power production in the future, we are exploring the possibility of adding other forms of fuels to reduce carbon emission. And also at the end of the chain, we are trying to capture more carbon so that we can reduce carbon emitted.
到能源转
When it comes to energy transitions, of course, that people are concerned about our energy supply, and it is incremental to our international competitiveness in the future. Our government have mentioned multiple times that in our GDP and economic developments, nearly 10% is used to import fossil fuels. So 10% of our economic activity is actually our energy imports. That amounts to around 2 trillion NT dollar, which is a huge number to us. When we generate more renewable energies, we can rely less on traditional fossil fuels. We can reduce our imports. We can use green energy to replace fossil fuels. We can also develop green energy industries. We can utilize solar, wind, marine energy, and other available energies on the earth to generate power domestically. In this process, we can reduce our imports, and we can also produce these facilities, equipments, and also capabilities to utilize and take advantage of this green energy. Therefore, renewable energies will be beneficial to Taiwan. Even though we are not gifted with abundant traditional fossil fuels, we can use new technologies and stay competitive in the market with those green energy. If every country in the world is moving toward green energy, we will be able to have a better competitive conditions in the world. In the future, especially in the near futures, we need to focus on particular energy developments. Of course, we need to rely on wind and solar on the left-hand side. We will also explore geothermal and marine energy. On the right-hand side, you will also see hydrogen power. Hydrogen is a new energy usage method. We hope that in the future, hydrogens will be able and will be likely to replace natural gas. Within the renewable energy systems, when we have excess power generation, we can use hydropower to save some of the energy. We also need a large amount of energy storage facility. Once again, as we have said before, that certain renewable energy sources may be able to mix with natural gas or traditional fossil fuel plants in order to reduce carbon emission. In recent years, our governments are supporting solar power stations to combine with energy storage facilities. It can ensure stable supply of energy. More importantly, when storage facilities are installed in these power plants, we can have higher power conversion rate and higher power efficiency. With on-premise storage facilities, we can also reduce our investments in infrastructures. In the futures, with existing power cable, we can connect to more renewable energy sources because they have the proper storage facilities. It will be higher efficiency for the power grid that we have in Taiwan. They can reduce energy when we need it and store the energies when they have excess generations. On the right-hand side, you also see CCUS technologies. That's something we are developing fastly as well. Our governments have designed policies to support these efforts. Then we also ask our national corporations to follow these principles. Our national corporations are responsible for our utility and our infrastructure. For example, the Taiwan Power Companies and also the Taiwan Petroleum Company. They are critical to our economic developments. We request these national corporations to reduce their carbon emission as fast as possible by utilizing alternative energy and alternative technologies. The Taiwan petroleum companies in the futures will reduce their supplies of natural gas and fossil fuel. We hope that in the futures they can provide different materials, for example, composite material for e-mobilities. And these are important targets for our national corporations in Taiwan. For our steel company in Taiwan, they need to think about how to reduce carbon emissions in the steel making process. Last but not the least, I have an important message we want to deliver to the public. Energy transformation in Taiwan needs a lot of efforts to transform existing technologies and existing industries. The energy sectors account for 90% of energy consumption in Taiwan. Therefore, we need to diversify our possibilities. For example, for electric mobilities, I think that we have the capabilities and abilities to develop these new electric mobilities. We need a lot of EVs, and we also hope to play an important role in the future markets around the world. These new developments will be smarter in the near future. As I mentioned before, our energy usage will be electrified in the future. In the past, our electricity is generated by burning fossil fuels. There will be a lot of changes and the different sources of energy generation in the futures, such as wind, solar, and other alternative sources. We need to produce these power generation facilities in the future by ourselves. That's an also important sector we can develop for our economy in the future. We need to also develop services to manage national grid, and these service and equipments will be able to export in the futures, and we will have more possibilities and sources to access power, and it will ensure our energy security and energy stability. We can develop a new structure to produce power generation facilities and also electric grid control system. We want to collaborate with other advanced economies in the world so we can develop and support new jobs and greener jobs. Once again, I would like to apologize to everyone here that due to a budgetary sessions in Congress, I am not able to attend today. Since most of us in the world would like to move to net zero by 2050, we need to think about how we can reach this target in the future. Net zero means that we have to go all in. We have to put all the efforts and make all the commitments into this process. In our daily life, we emit carbons. So how do we minimize and eliminate those carbon emissions is our common strategy and common challenges. I believe that Taiwan can offer solutions to the world. These solutions require more than technologies. It also requires policies, regulations, and communications. We hope that many of these efforts will accelerate in the future. Once again, we hope everyone can join our efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Now we would like to invite Mr. Zhuang from ECCT to give us your presentation. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to talk to you today. I am the co-chair of Energy and Environmental Committee in the European Chambers of Commerce. It is my honor to talk to you about what we have done in ECCT and individual members. Our members are all private corporations. So we can talk about as a market player in Taiwan or in Europe, how we are working on this subject to move on to net zero. My company have invested in green energies for multiple years. We invested in renewable energy and also developed green projects in Taiwan. We have experienced a lot of opportunities and challenges. I will skip the company introductions and personal introductions. The 28 European Union members have started to announce or pledge their net zero targets. They also talk about their action plans. EU members have a lot of similarities between each other, and under the umbrella of European Unions, members can work together and collaborate closer. In comparison, Taiwan is an island country. Our electric grid is isolated, so we had to deal with many issues by ourselves. So you can see a clear difference between EU and Taiwan. On this slide, you can see that European Union decided to have 2050 as the net zero target. Some countries have even more aggressive targets and aggressive timeline. These are some of the members in European Union, for example, from Sweden, Ireland, France, Spain, Germany, Denmark, and Hungary. In Denmark, for example, they pledged that by 2030, they will ban the sale of new gasolines and diesel vehicles. As Deputy Minister have mentioned before, our net zero emissions is our common target. So we'll think about how to reduce carbon emissions and also capture the existing emission. We can use green energies to compensate those emissions. We can also increase national grid stabilities and energy security in order to achieve those targets. In EU, most countries and members have their preliminary targets by 2030, and they hope to reach the net zero target by 2050. The European Council also have a targets called Fit for 55. It includes multiple important measures. Some of them have more impacts to companies in Taiwan. One of them is the emission trading system. The ETS system have been in operation for about 15 years. The second item that impacts companies in Taiwan is CBAM. And these two systems are interconnected. Maybe later on, our representative from France can give us more insight from their side. Based on what I understand from European Council, there is a policy objective for these two systems. They want to support a lot of major emitters in European Union. They hope to reduce and eliminate a lot of subsidies or stipends to these major emitters in the near future, so everyone can compete on the same level. It is a strategy that we hope to reduce the energy's consumption. In the ETS system, the emission trading system, EU is now thinking about phasing out the free allowance by 2025 and eliminate entirely by 2030. So in the futures, everyone who emit carbon have to pay. The ETS systems also hope to include commercial buildings and residential buildings in the future. They will also include transportations into the ETS system. For marine and aviation, most of its emissions happen in the air or on the ocean, so it's more difficult to identify the source of emission. They have talked about marine and aviation's emissions, but they have encountered objections from many non-European Union countries. But eventually, the European unions hope that through further negotiations, they can extend ETS to maritime and aviation transport. As we move to net zero targets, we need technology, we need renewable energies, we also need legal structure and social consensus. That requires more conversations within the society. We also need more stakeholder participation as well. We also need more capital investments and financing efforts in order to move toward net zero targets. Thank you.
There's one additional page.
然后接着我有请法国在台协会。
Now let us welcome our next speaker, Ms. Alain Chuan, Head of the Economic Department of the French Office in Taipei.
I'm very glad to be here today. I'm very impressed by the audience. It's very large. So thank you for coming. So I'm here today to make a presentation about France's low carbon strategy. So first I will explain to you why did France decided to embark on such a low carbon strategy. Well, of course, we are facing a climate emergency since it's a real global challenge since temperature will rise up very fast during the coming years. And so we have decided to reduce greenhouse gas emissions very quickly. So first, when we speak about greenhouse gas emission, it's mainly carbon dioxide, CO2, but it's also methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide, N2O. But to make it simpler, I will then refer in my presentation to carbon emission, since carbon dioxide represents 75% of those different gases. So we need to reduce carbon emission very quickly, and this is the first explanation why we decided to work on this national low carbon strategy. And we also need and want to be consistent with the commitment made by France and the European countries under the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015. And so our national low carbon strategy is the French roadmap to reducing carbon emissions in all sectors with three main goals. The first one is a 40% reduction of carbon emission by 2030 compared to 1990. The second goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And the third goal is to reduce the French people's carbon footprint. So what does it mean? Carbon neutrality, well, you know, it's a balance between carbon emission, it's a balance between carbon emission and carbon absorption. It means that the volume of carbon emission by 2050 will have to be compensated by the same volume of carbon absorption. And to get this balance, we'll have to reduce very significantly our emissions. carbon footprint, it refers to the emission associated with the consumption of the French people, including those related to the production and transport of imported goods and services. So, sorry. Okay, good. So how did France organize itself to organize and to achieve this strategy? First, it started with a law in 2015 relating to energy transition and green growth, which define our strategy as a French roadmap in terms of climate change mitigation. We designed a baseline scenario with short-term and medium-term emissions reduction targets framed by carbon budgets. I will come back on that a little later. The national low-carbon strategy also provides public policy guidelines for implementing the transition to a low-carbon economy, sober in energy and material, applied in all sectors of activity. Public consultation were important in this process. We know that the impact of this climate change-related policy can be huge for the population and for the economy at local and national level. So we did wide-ranging consultations with stakeholders first, businesses, NGOs, trade unions, MPs, local authorities, experts, and with the public. In terms of governance, the definition and implementation of our strategy is supervised by a General Secretariat for Ecological Planification, which is placed under the authority of the Prime Minister, and whose mission is to make sure that every ministerial departments are consistent in their policy with our national low-carbon strategy. A second key element is the establishment of a High Council for Climate with different independent experts whose mission is to advise the government. And finally, the national strategy is regularly monitored, assessed, and revised every 5 years. So now to understand where we want to go, it's important to understand what is the situation in France today. If we look at the French energy production, we can see that 50 years ago, 2/3 of the energy produced in France was coal in black and gas in gray. We've been gradually switching to nuclear energy in yellow, which now represents 70% of our primary energy. Today we have a fleet of 56 nuclear reactors that were built and commissioned from the late 70s to the early 90s. What you can see also on this slide is that the part of renewable today is about 30%, which was already the case 50 years ago. At that time, it was mainly wood and hydroelectricity. And it's still the case today, but with a little bit of wind and solar energy in addition. And finally, you can see that the total energy production in France is about 1,400 terawatt per hour. And now if we look at the energy used in France, you can see that total energy used in France is around 2,500 terawatt per hour to compare to the 1,400 produced in France, which means that we need to import about 45% of our needs, and it's mainly oil in blue and gas in gray that you can see. Another thing is that you can see is that France reached a peak in energy consumption in 2005 at around 3,200 terawatt per hour, which indicates a 14% decrease in energy consumption since 2005. It may seem a little bit lot, but in fact it also includes the COVID effect, which was temporary. Another way to look at the energy used in France, this is on the left-hand side. You can see the energy mixed in France with, in yellow, the nuclear part, which is 40%, the oil, 28%, natural gas, 16%, and renewable, 13% of our energy mixed. Half of the renewable is biomass and hydroelectricity. On the right-hand side, you can see that the transport sector in the deep blue represents 30% of our national emission. This is the first emitting sector in France, followed by the buildings in red with 19%. It's even 28% if we add the emissions linked to the heating and cooling of the building. Then agricultural sector, 19%, and industry, 17%. So this is the situation today. And now, where do we want to go? This is an interesting slide, but that may look a little bit complicated. So let's start with our carbon emission today in red color. The total of emission is 440 million tons, and we want to reduce it to by 40% by 2030, and then to less than 80 million tons in 2050. Now, if we look at the distribution by sectors, you can see that a huge effort is being done in transport and building sector, where we plan to almost eliminate the carbon emission by 2050. You can also see that the performance of our agricultural sector is more modest. It's because there is a significant part of the emission that are not directly related to the energy. I will come back also on that. So this is the situation in France in 2050, where we should reach a level of emission that we consider incompressible at around 80 million tons. Most of these residual emissions will come from agriculture and industry sector. As I said before, our carbon neutrality target means that the volume of emission in 2050 will have to be balanced by the same volume of carbon absorption. And so to achieve carbon neutrality, we must compensate all these remaining emissions with carbon sinks, natural ecosystem like forest or agricultural land, or artificial system that capture significant amount of carbon dioxide. So to reach our net zero target, our strategy has defined carbon budgets, which are emission caps not to be exceeded per period of 5 years until 2033. So you can see on this chart our 4 consecutive carbon budgets, which define maximum carbon emission ceilings for the period that goes from 2015 to 2033. And what you can see in red in the center of the slide, in red color, it's an overrun of our first carbon budget ending in 2018, because the carbon emission only decreased by 1% per year on average instead of 2.2%. And that overshooting can be explained by two cyclical factors. First, the low price of energy at that time, which resulted in an increase of energy consumption, and second, the temporary non-availability of some of our nuclear reactors because of maintenance operation. Those two factors were temporary. And so that led us to revise the next carbon budget in line with a new baseline scenario. This slide shows two types of distribution of our next carbon budgets. What you can see on the left-hand side is a significant effort that will be made to reduce emission on building sectors in gray and in the industry sector in blue, and transport sector too in pink color. It should be a 30% reduction in the period. It also shows the decreasing, it also shows on the right-hand side that decreasing methane, which is in orange color, or nitrous oxide, which is in green, it's much more challenging. And one of the reasons is that they are mainly generated by agricultural processes, and you cannot significantly reduce this type of gas without questioning the type, our agricultural model and agricultural practices. So now, what do we need to do to reach carbon neutrality? First, we need to fully decarbonize energy production, which means no more fossil fuel by 2050, and will rely only on biomass resources generated by agricultural product waste, for example, on heat from the environment, like geothermal energy or marine power, carbon-free electricity like nuclear energy, solar and wind. We also need to reduce energy used in all sectors of activities with a 40% reduction target in 2050. That means increasing the energy efficiency and developing sobriety and sufficiency, which means changing consumption patterns. We also need to reduce non-energy related emissions in the farming sector and in the industrial processes. Finally, we need to increase carbon sinks by a factor of 2 compared to today to absorb incompressible residual emissions by 2050. So, if we look at the carbon footprint target now, carbon footprint of the French people is around 6 tons per capita. But if you include emissions linked to consumption of imported goods and services, the carbon footprint of the French people is around 11 tons per capita. And so the target is to reduce it from 11 tons to 2 tons per capita by 2050. And to do that, we need to better control the content of imported products at the EU level, and one of the tools that we have to do that is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. We also need to encourage all the players to control their carbon footprint. Now, to conclude my presentation, I'd like to share with you some of the lessons that we've learned from our strategy. The first idea is that having a fleet of nuclear reactors is clearly an advantage for us because it makes the transition easier. But in the case of France, it has delayed a little bit our transition to renewable energies. We are now behind on our European commitments in this area. Second idea is that significant action cannot be delayed. And in fact, to give us a chance of reaching our targets, it's necessary to develop renewable energy as quickly as possible and at the same time to invest to extend the lifetime of the existing nuclear reactor in order to maximize low carbon generation. And the longer you wait to adjust the trajectory, and the more important and painful the effort will be. The third idea is about a difficulty that we have when we talk about carbon emission, because it's not just about reducing emission, it's also reducing consumption, which means changing behaviors of businesses and individuals. And which means developing sobriety, sufficiency, which means lower population needs and changing consumption patterns, which of course is difficult and requires a little bit of time. And finally, this question, how can we convince the actor of the urgency to act and get out of the living and business as usual? We need to use different kind of levers: pedagogy, information, regulation, incentives, and probably sanction at some point. In France, we are clearly in the middle of the first stage. Awareness of the issue and of the impact of climate change is developing. There is a real need to get some clear and complete information, which is not easy because it requires some scientific and pedagogical skills to make the urgency and the complexity of these issues understood by everybody. But it's the prerequisite to inspire people and to embark them on this ambitious strategy. Thank you.
Please be seated. 接着有请首尔大学
Now we would like to invite Professor Yun from Seoul National University. Let's welcome Professor Yun.
Maybe good morning, just before noon. Yeah, I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me and give chance to share Korea's experience. I think the previous presenters are very concerned about figures, but for me, maybe the figures are important, but for this presentation, I want to share how Korean government, ex-government, has made effort to establish 2050 carbon neutrality scenario and to make a social consensus. Actually, my name is Sun-Jin Yoon, and I'm professor at Seoul National University, but I was the co-chairperson of 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission with Prime Minister under the president, ex-president Moon Jae-in. So I stood especially in the center of decision-making process to establish 2050 carbon neutrality scenarios. Actually, 2050 carbon neutrality or net zero is very important, but 2030 NDC is also very important. As you know, greenhouse gases emitted stay at the atmosphere for a long time. So our fast action to maybe reduce our emissions first is very important. So when the IPCC issued the special report on global warming and 1.5 Celsius degree, in that report, IPCC emphasized we need to have 2050 net zero. Also, to make it possible, it is very important to reduce our emissions quickly in the early stages. So by 2030, emission reduction target is very important. So IPCC recommended at that time 45% reduction from the level of 2050 by 2030. So it means 100% by 2050, but 40% within 10 years, the early 10 years. So it is very important. So we all recognize that kind of action, the early action is important, but our reality is a little difficult to make it happen. So anyway, I want to show you the process and the experience happened in Korea. Before the declaration of 2050 carbon neutrality, we has followed such steps. In 2009, at that time, Lee government, it announced 2020 reduction target. It was a 30% reduction compared with the business as usual. I heard your target for 2030 is business as usual. But anyway, at that time, we made such kind of decision. And then 2015, we made the 2030 reduction target. It was a 37% reduction compared with BAU. And that was happened in Park Geun-hye government. And then 2019, we made another decision. We changed our reduction target methodology. Not BAU anymore. We made absolute reduction target. It was 24.4% reduction from 2017 emission, real emission. And again, it was converted into 2018 reduction. It was 26.3% because 2018, our emission was peaked. But anyway, and 2020, October, the ex-president Moon Jae-in declared 2050 carbon neutrality. And last year, May, the end of May, the organization 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission was launched. And below figures show you the way of our emission. Actually, you know, even though we promised 30% reduction from our BAU by 2020, but it was not achieved. You can see there, more than 1 million tons over emitted compared with our reduction target. It was a blue line. That was the way we should follow our actually goal. That was 543 million tons in 2020. And the BAU was 776 million. So 30% reduction from that was 5 or something. But our real reduction was 648.6 million tons. So 100 million tons was over. So before there was declaration of carbon net zero in October 2020, there was a lot of activities in Korea. So the 2050 carbon neutrality declaration did not come out of nowhere one day. it was not sudden declaration. There was many steps. So there was a big dialogue within the government and with the public and the local government declaration. And there are two levels of local government in Korea. One is metropolitan, we call province, Do. They had a declaration, and before their activity, Beijing level of local government declared. So such kind of steps we had. And finally, President Moon Jae-in declared net zero on October 28th in 2020. And after that declaration, the government issued the carbon neutrality promotion strategy at the end of 2020. And then based on that promotion strategy, the organization, 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission, was established May. So you can see me there, the light green. Yeah, that's me. And then our National Assembly legislated Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. Korea became 14th country which legislated 2050 carbon net zero target at the level of law, not just a declaration. We made the law. So, but at that time, the law's name is a little different, maybe not just the carbon neutrality and green growth. And finally, we determined 2050 carbon neutrality scenarios in October last year. And at the same time, we enhanced our 2030 reduction target. We call NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution. Why? I already showed you the target we made for 2030 was made in 2015. At that time, there was no declaration or no target of 2050 net zero. So our last target for 2030 cannot achieve the goal for 2050 net zero. So we should enhance our target. So 2050 net zero, it is a little far away from now. So it is not a big deal actually. Big deal, 2030 NDC. So it is very important, and many conflicts we have had. And 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission was organized as a control tower for carbon neutrality policy, and it is a focal point of public participation and communication. And there are many sub-organizations there. So sub-commissions, 8 sub-commissions, and the steering commission and consultation mechanism, and the Citizens Council for Carbon Neutrality. It is very important to listen to lay people's voice. And Commission of the Whole, that was the organization. We can maybe make another figure like this. Actually, that commission is one of the biggest commission under the president. It is composed of 97 commissioners originally, but actually our law defines states maybe under 100 commissioners we can have. But at the beginning, we had 97 commissioners all together, but 3 were resigned, and 1 was appointed again. So finally, it became 95 commissioners. It includes 18 ministers. So, I was co-chairperson, and I had our ministers as a member of a commission. So it is high, one of the highest commission of our country. But anyway, and unique one is Citizens Council for Carbon Neutrality. It is composed of more than 500 lay people who we should give them a kind of representative. So we proportionally selected them based on gender, age, and local area. And at this time, age, for public engagement process, usually in Korea, we collect people over 19 years old, because in Korea, 19 years old means adult. But for this council, we lowered the level of age, 15 years old, because climate change gives more impact on future generation. So we need to hear young generation, but not maybe we cannot include babies, so over 15 years old. It means middle school students and high school students. And we had consultative bodies. It means we should hear more direct stakeholders' voice. So it is composed of industry, civil NGOs, youth groups, and local government, and labor union and farmers union. So such kind of stakeholders group, we made some conversation with them. These are the whole operating mechanism. And to establish the 2050 carbon neutrality scenario, we need some kind of draft to work on that. So the government submit a kind of proposal. To make that proposal, they prepared draft scenarios by technical working group. It was composed of 72 experts, including researchers from 45 government-affiliated research institutions. And they were recommended by 11 ministries. And they provide the proposal draft. And based on that proposal draft, within CNC, Carbon Neutrality Commission, we made a deep discussion. 54 meetings we have had until just before August 5th, you know. We launched it 29th of May. So just 2 months, we had 54 meetings, too many meetings. And then we issued, or we publicly announced the draft scenario. And based on that draft scenario, we collected public opinion from stakeholders and from lay people, especially through Citizens Council for Carbon Neutrality. And based on those opinions we collected, we made the decision, final decision, and publicly announced the final scenarios. And based on that scenario, we made 2030 NDC, we enhanced. So this is the draft scenario. Yeah, that's, again, me. I announced it on behalf of CNC. At that time, that scenario, we had 3 scenarios. You can see the 2018's emission. That was the basic year. Our total emission was 727.6 million tons, and it does not include the absorption. So if we calculate absorption, maybe it is the pure emission. That emission is 680 something. Yeah, and in case of Korea, energy sector emits most greenhouse gases, around 86.9%. So around 87% is emitted from the energy sector. Among them, energy transformation sector emits around 37%, and the industrial sector emits 36%, similar. But it does not include indirect emission from electricity consumption. If we include indirect emission from electricity consumption, our industrial sector emits more than half. 54% of our emission comes from the industrial sector. Why? Our industry is composed of very energy-intensive industries. That is the reason, especially steel industry, cement industry, and petrochemical industry. So it is not easy for Korea to move toward net zero. But anyway, that scenario, 3 scenarios like that. Scenario 1 includes coal-fired power plant and LNG. Scenario 2, LNG. Especially the transformation sector, because there is a big difference in transformation sector. And the scenario 3, no emissions from transformation sector. Why? more than 7% of renewable energy, and others green hydrogen and ammonia. So we planned no emissions from transformation sector. So I announced or presented this scenario. What happened? Lots of critique raised, especially, by the industrial people and the civil society, both. They are very extreme opinion, and we collide. So, industrial sector, the target, or especially, the industrial sector's target is too high, they said. But, from 260 to 53, I do not have much time. Yeah, I see. So, they were upset. But based on the same figure, people in civil society upset. Too low emission target for the industrial sector. Why? So, they upset, and it is a show. The CNC make a show. You should be demolished. That kind of critique I had. But scenario means possible ways or possible image. So that scenario shows you, if we take scenario 1, if we keep coal-fired power plant, we should utilize more capacity of CCUS, carbon capture and utilization and storage. And we cannot achieve that goal within Korea. We need to have industrial cooperation more. That kind of implication we can have. But they didn't listen to that one. But anyway, so, and especially not just the 2050 scenario, 2030 NDC, we discussed, and our framework act on green growth, carbon neutrality green growth stated the government should make the goal over 35% from 2018. So that was minimum level. So within the discussion, CNC discussion, we end with the government. We thought 40%. But the commissioner of our CNC, 5 commissioners expressed resignation, that resigned. The person, that one, she was the youngest commissioner. Her age was just 20 years old. So to reflect young people's voice, she was appointed as commissioner. But she said, no, the 2030 NDC is too low. I cannot accept. And the right part, commissioners from religious group, they thought we cannot achieve 2050 carbon neutrality with this low 2030 NDC. How should we do? So we have many, many meetings with the stakeholders and CNC meeting. So I asked them, you should publicly submit your opinion, position paper. And it was publicly delivered through our webpage. So anybody can see their statement, their opinion. But anyway, I do not have much time. So this is the final scenario. And we eliminated the scenario 1 because through Citizens Council for Carbon Neutrality, people thought, more than 80% of participants thought we should close coal-fired power plant by 2050. So we can eliminate that scenario, and we left 2 scenarios. And at this time, more active scenario comes first. It was another people's opinion. So we made scenario plan A and plan B, and both 2 scenarios can make carbon neutrality within Korea, not through international cooperation. And you can see there the composition of energy mix for energy transformation sector. So at that time, we had a nuclear phase-out policy. So for 2050, Plan A includes just 6.1% of nuclear. In case of Plan B, 7.2%. And over 70% of renewable for Plan A and over around 60% of renewable energy. So let me make the last one. Still, it was criticized. So now we have a big challenge. We cannot go back because it is international agreement. We should go back, slide back. So we should go forward. So the government, the new government announced we will keep the target. But the problem is we cannot make it through renewable energy. So new government wanted erase the former government policy, nuclear phase-out policy, abolished, and the new basic plan for electricity supply and demand, the share of nuclear has expanded and the share of renewable has reduced. So it is big challenge for Korea because we do not have any spent fuel disposal site. And many people around the nuclear power plants, their body has been contaminated by tritium or other radioactive materials. So, and many people do not accept any more facilities within their community. And our grid system cannot accept big power from nuclear power. That is very serious problem. So, I think political leadership is very important and people's agreement is very important. And not just that such kind of figures, I think the way we have made social consensus, that is important. And when I heard the question, do you think 2050 carbon neutrality is possible? My answer was, it's time for us to change the question. We should not ask like that. We should ask, how can we realize the target? The way we should find, not just is it possible? We should make it possible. That's my argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for the inspiring speech. Next, we will move on to our first panel discussion. 请主持人与各位
We would like to invite our moderator and panelists to the stage for discussion. Thank you. Once again, thank you everyone for the last sessions in the morning. I think many of you are concerned about net zero targets and topics in Taiwan and around the world. We all recognize that this is important to facilitate the
be the moderator of this session. 那因为时间并没有很多哈，所以我想
because we have limited time. So we'll start with the topics that we have discussed with the panelists, and if we still have other additional time, then we will reach out to Slidos and the question that you have proposed. And we heard from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, but we haven't heard from Mr. Zhuang from Ministry of Economic Affairs. Maybe we start with him. Hello. I am from Ministry of Economic Affairs. In April this year, the Ministry of Economic Affairs started our new office that focus on net zero policy. So I am now the head of the net zero policy and office in Ministry of Economic Affairs. I think that now we can move on to the first questions. Maybe Mr. Zhuang, you can tell us about after we heard from the CBAM systems in European Union that many companies in Taiwan are very concerned, and recently the European Union also have another round of discussions and some preliminary conclusions. So maybe Mr. Zhuang, you can tell us how the CBAM system in EU or systems in other countries in Japan, in America, etc., how they will impact the industries in Taiwan and how governments in Taiwan can help the industries to adapt to this new reality. As the moderator have mentioned before, since the European Council have the CBAM system, they have discussed about different versions and their different modifications. Yesterday, the different organizations in EU have made a preliminary decisions. They will focus on steel, import energy, cement, and certain industries to impose a additional tariff and fees. So they will impose additional fees and include into the new CBAM system. So Ministry of Economic Affairs have been following their development very closely. Besides European Union, several major countries have already placed a carbon tariffs, and it will create a huge impact to country like Taiwan, for example, because we are a export-oriented economy. So people will ask, how do we respond to CBAM system in European Union? And we have proposed a amendment, and this amendment is now currently under discussions in the Congress. And in the new amendments, we will start to impose a carbon fee in Taiwan at the border. I think this carbon pricing system will be important to the industries because information transparency will help industries to know how to adapt and how to calculate their own carbon cost. So carbon tariff is an international trend, and under domestic regulations and requirements, companies also need to take carbon's emission into considerations when they are producing their products and service. Different markets around the world have different progresses. EU, of course, is the front runner. Now, America, Japan, Canada, and Australia are also discussing their own carbon tariff systems. Therefore, that we need to know the latest developments and we need to follow their latest announcements in order to understand and prepare for the potential impacts to our imports. So for these countries, some companies or some industries may intend to relocate to other countries because that they want to escape from this very strict carbon regulations. I think that in Taiwan we have competitiveness to other countries because that our regulations is not as strict as other countries yet, but that's something that we will help our industries adapt to their future export. I think companies and industries are crucial to local economic developments. So while we want to reduce our carbon emissions, we also need to balance with economic developments at the same time. In Taiwan and Korea, there are some similarity in our economic structure. We focus on electrical components and semiconductors, for example. So I would like to ask Professor Yoon from Korea, from your perspective, during the net zero transformation process, which industries are the priorities? In the keynote speech this morning, the president of Academia Sinica also mentioned that we need technology developments to facilitate net zero development. So what are the emerging technologies in Korea that are supporting net zero targets?
Yeah, thank you for the question, but I'm not sure how I correctly understand what's your question. But anyway, in my understanding, you asked about which business or technology has some kind of potential, or you mentioned priority you report, but maybe I'm not sure priority. But anyway, I think in case of Korea, government or domestic policy or reduction is important, but it's not the all. I think international market power is more influential. Like Taiwan, Korea is export-oriented industrial structure. So, international marketplace like EU, EU's CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or sustainability directive, such kind of policy approach gives big impact on Korean industry. So, and for example, in case of steel industry, if EU mobilize CBAM, we should pay extra money for the carbon emission cost. So in that case, maybe our steel industry should change their technology without using coke. Maybe hydrogen should be used to make steel. So such kind of technology is very important. Or I think renewable energy should come first. And energy efficiency improvement technology, smart grid operation technology, they should come first. I think renewable energy technology should be combined with digital technology. So in that case, maybe we can reduce our energy consumption and we can expand the share of renewable energy. And through that process, we make new jobs. That is important, I think.
好，谢谢。
Thank you, Professor, for your answers. I think that what Professor have mentioned also respond to what President Liao have mentioned this morning, or what Deputy Minister Zheng Wenshen have mentioned this morning. Of course, we want to develop new energy and green energy in order to support our industry development. Therefore, that in the net zero process, we can also create green jobs and better jobs as well. I think this is an important topic that we cover in the session this morning. Now, I would like to ask Alan from French office in Taipei. I think the war between Ukraine and Russia is a major topic around the world. We would like to ask Alan that in a geopolitical confrontation like this, it has impacts the world, and of course the pandemic have impacted the world for several years. So how will these events influence the net zero policy and net zero process in France, and what are the policy responses from France in order to ensure that you can reach the net zero target by 2050?
Thank you. Thank you. So you mentioned COVID and you mentioned the war with Ukraine. Yes. Well, COVID is quite interesting to analyze because, of course, COVID really slowed the economic activity, and so it reduced dramatically the carbon emission, especially in 2020 and 21. But in the same time, we've seen that COVID delayed probably the implementation of adjustment or transition economic measures. It's a bit early to assess the performance of our current carbon budget, but I think those two effects will balance out each other. But the next period will be the more interesting to look at. I mean, after the COVID, the next period, because, and I'm not sure that we will manage to reduce after the COVID and voluntarily and all the years the emission as we did during the COVID period. And yet, this is what we should do to reach our carbon neutrality target in 2050. So that shows how ambitious those strategies are and how difficult also they are. With the war in Ukraine, a lot of European countries realize how they were dependent, heavily dependent on the Russian gas imports, and that pushed them to look for alternatives and to accelerate the development of their renewable development policy. In the case of France, this is less the case because the main reason is that the natural gas represents only 16% in our energy mix, and the part of Russian gas, even before the war, was very, very low in the case of France, which was not the case for some other countries in Europe. But if I may, I would like to mention a third factor that I think is interesting in terms of helping to implement those carbon reduction policy. I mean, I want to talk about the repeated drought and heat waves that we've been experienced in France in particular this year, because it showed people very concretely the catastrophic effect and of the acceleration of climate change. And so it helped in to be aware of the stakes and on the necessity to act quickly to reach those results.
Thank you very much, Alan. 我想从 Alan 的
Thank you very much, Alan. From your response, we understand that at this stage, the Ukrainian war, even though it does not have a very big impact upon the net zero and energy transition in France. However, accelerating the progress is still what France is focusing on, and also an aligned goal for countries around the world. Last but not the least, Dr. Zhuang from ECCT Energy and Environment Committee Chairman, he's a chairman, And I believe you've been interacting with representatives from ECCT and other commerce chambers. So, Dr. Zhuang, could you elaborate your observation and your understanding that as a country is going toward net zero, how do we better communicate with the people and the stakeholders so that we can deliver just transition? Thank you, Dr. Zhuang. Thank you, Liza. Citizen participation is certainly a very important role in energy transition. And in Taiwan or in European Union or other neighboring countries, I believe citizen participation is very important, especially when new policies or new adjustments are making unprecedented impact on the life of the people. They have to compromise, and it will be difficult to reconcile. So that's why communication is very important. And I believe our representative from the Ministry of Economic Affairs has seen a lot. And from my experiences, when we communicate with the people, the public, of course, we have a goal. However, let us not set the time or progress too straight or too strict. Instead, we'll try to put on the people's shoes, try to stand by their side, and try to think from their perspective. Well, it sounds easy, but sometimes as I work or as I get involved in this communication, there are lots of pressure. Pressure from investors, stakeholders, government authorities, sometimes about the license, or there are time constraints of application, or it might expire sometime. So there are all kinds of pressure and restraints. However, energy construction is part of our basic infrastructure. So once it's there, it's for a lifetime or generations. It's irreversible. It's a permanent change to their lives. Whether it's green energy or it's new energy technology, the communication process must be toward the right place. If not, without a solid communication, in the future, we will still see negative impacts. So we cannot be too hurried. We have to make sure communication is ready. I think that is really a clear message. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. To reach social consensus that is essential, that is inevitable in delivering net zero. So first of all, to reach social consensus, we need to communicate relentlessly with all stakeholders, and we need to have compassion that we can put on other people's shoes. Okay, we have the last 5 minutes, and I'm seeing 2 questions on Slido. Actually, we have 1 question to Professor Yun from Korea, and also another question for Alan. So let me read through the questions. So the first question for Professor Yun.
Korea's transition process so far.
Thank you for general public citizens. I always argue all keys are given to hands of citizens. Why? Election changes everything. I already presented our energy policy and maybe carbon neutrality scenarios, especially concerning sectoral target, can be changed because of the election result. I think NGOs and the business sector also important, but they need support from the citizens. Otherwise, their argument can lose the power. So all citizens should express their will through elections. And after election, they can give pressure on the politicians. Why don't you move toward the carbon neutral society? You should make some laws and acts, and otherwise we cannot survive. So I think you have the key. You are the main character of this change. That is my emphasis. Thank you.
非常谢谢尹教授慷慨激昂的呼吁哈，那也
Thank you for your very passionate answer. I think that general public and citizens are the stakeholders that we need to pay attention to. The next question is referred to Ellen.
Why France would like to reduce the ration of nuclear consumption in 2050. So please, Ellen. May I remind this is a bit sensitive in Taiwan.
It's a sensitive topic too in France. But thank you for this question, because this is the main uncertainty that we have in our scenario. As I said, we have a large fleet of nuclear reactors in France, 56, that were built for most of them 40 years ago, which means they will be expiring within the next 10 years for half of them. And so nuclear has always been, like everywhere, a very sensitive topic in France too. And so the question is now, what should we do about those nuclear reactors that will be expire in the coming years? Should we try to extend their life? Okay, this is the main option that we are taking now. Should we replace them by renewable energy, or just to replace the part of them? So it's really, and as Professor Yoon said, it's a very political topic, which means that at every elections, it's on the table again, and the action you take have to take the result of those elections into account, and this is moving. So I cannot say more than that. The decision has not been completely taken about what we'll do on the nuclear, but we'll go on with nuclear, but we don't know precisely which part of nuclear compared to which part of renewable energy.
非常谢谢 Ellen。
Thank you, Ellen, for your answers. I think that we have used up all the time we have. Last but not the least, I want to make a conclusion here that the Deputy Minister have mentioned before, in order to achieve the net zero targets, we need regulations, we need financial sector, we need public consensus. I have been supporting companies for many years. I think that company and corporate actions are very important. All these forces combined together are critical for us to make sure that we will have a human-centered just transition. We hope that after the events that we can have a just transitions. I think we need to be inclusive in the transition process. We need to be inclusive, and no one should be left behind in the process. Besides inclusion, we also need to integrate. We need to collaborate and work together in order to achieve these targets. With all these efforts, I believe that we can prosper and benefit together in this journey toward net zero. And we need to be inclusive, we need to collaborate, and also need to prosper together. This concludes our session today. Thank you for everyone for your participation this morning, and please thank our panelists with a round of applause for their participation. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your participation.
For that, we would like to invite all the guests. Please come to the phone and join us for a group photo. Thank you. 谢谢大家上午场次的参与。接下来
Thank you for your participations. And it's now lunch break. Later on in the afternoons, we will announce the survey results from NTU. The events will resume at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
请各位来宾凭餐券至报到处领取餐点，因会议厅内禁止饮食，请您依循场外工作人员指示的方向，前往1302、1303、1304教室用餐。请大家用餐时保持安全社交距离。场外呢也设有台大风险中心出版的年度热销书籍特卖区，欢迎现场的来宾如果有兴趣的话，在用餐后可以到场外书籍特卖区参观选购。祝您用餐愉快。
不用吧，包包很有重要的东西给我们。有啊，站位点直接放这里，把它站在这里。怕等下被可能。你每天我都看产业一条龙。鱼想就放会不会被砍走？爱拿人家东西。对。等下再来。不用。没有，我都是线上教育，就我常教，我都看结果讲，可能现在有时候会看产不能讲，然后我都给人家要我们直接。
黄先生有听到我的声音吗？我现在是用口译室里面的英文频道。
各位来宾，午安！2022富邦全球化讲堂下午场次的活动即将再过5分钟正式开始，请现场的来宾尽速入座。贴心的提醒您，请将您的行动电话调整为静音或震动模式，以免影响场内活动进行。谢谢您的合作。为了响应环保，下午场次的活动同样不提供书面资料，已获讲者同意公开的简报将公开于大会官网供下载。欢迎各位来宾扫描投影幕、报道处或活动海报上的 QR code 下载，我们也会持续更新相关资料。在各座谈场次开始时，将会开放 Slido 的提问功能。每场次的 Q&A 时间，我们也会投影出 Slido 画面。主持人将依现场状况进行安排提问，或开放现场来宾举手提问。感谢各位来宾的配合。 各位来宾午安。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to 2022 Fubon Globalizations Forum. This session is about Transitions Awareness Survey in High Emission Industry in Taiwan. This session is hosted by National Taiwan University's RSPRC Director Zhou Guitian, as well as 2 doctors. That welcomes our panelists. Thank you for coming back. In this hour, we will talk about the Just a Transition Awareness Survey in High Emission Industry in Taiwan. And we will start with Dr. Wang Ruigens with his 20 minutes presentation. And later on, I will talk to you about some policy implications. In the session this afternoon, we will have 2 presenters from Korea and Japan. We will also have Deputy Minister from National Development Council. So this is the sessions and the agenda that we will have this afternoon to talk about just transition. And net zero policy will have a lot of social impact, even though they haven't fully emerged yet, but we need to be prepared for that. In the morning, we have heard about issues in different scenarios, so we need to find suitable pathway for us to overcome those issues. So now we'll invite Professor Wang to give us the 20 minutes presentation. Good afternoon. Thank you for attending this event to think about how we can ensure just transitions around the world. Just transition is a very popular topic in COP27 this year with many important decisions. So 2 kinds of countries are especially concerned about this issue. Developing countries are concerned about this issue because they need some buffer zone to think about their net zero policy and strategy. For wealthy countries, if they do not address just transitions properly, it will jeopardize social security as well as their ruling. Therefore, wealthy countries are concerned about this. While authoritarian countries define their justice according to the authoritarians, for democratic countries, the just transition should be decided together with the society. Over the past few years, several countries around the world have been implemented just transitions, and this number has been increasing. If you include the JETP, the Just Transitions Partnership, Just Energy Transition Partnership, there will be more and more countries included in the just transition. And it's an important topic for COP27 and for COP28 as well. And for Taiwan, it is an important topic for the next 2 or 3 decades. Therefore, in November this year, we have an awareness survey in high emissions industries in Taiwan. We choose the industries based on the official statistics in Taiwan. In this survey, we include small and medium-sized enterprises as well because they will be impacted by just transitions and net zero policy as well. So initially, we select these 15 different sectors. In the past, we didn't know that fishery or certain industries will be impacted as well. For example, for wastewater management, they are also related to net zero policy as well, as they will emit a lot of methane in the process. In the survey, we asked the first question, do you know about net zero policy? According to our survey, even though they are in the high emission industries, 66% of respondents do not understand at all about net zero policy. So it indicates that among these high emission industries, so many people are not aware of this important policy to them. So in comparison to other questions that people know more about pandemic relief or pension systems in Taiwan. However, they are not aware of the net zero policy in Taiwan at all. Because they are not aware of the net zero policy, they don't think that it will impact themselves too much regarding to their works. However, in the cross examinations, we noticed that actually in fishery, a lot of people think that the net zero policy will impact their work and their employment severely because that they have experienced, for example, offshore wind power or solar powers on the fish pond. So these are all the impact that fishery participants have been aware of the net zero policy.
不晓得近零碳排政策是什么，于是我们早就料到了。我们在
So in the 2050 net zero targets, if we are going to minimize our fossil fuels and how concerned they are regarding to their futures. And you can see that 7.9% more respondents actually feel concerned when we are minimizing the use of fossil fuels. So as you can see on the slide that multiple industries and sectors are concerned about net zero policy when they realize that they will have to minimize their usage of fossil fuels. Since there's the oil and power price fluctuations are impacting their daily life, and we want to ask them that, do you know that actually net zero policy will impact on oil and power energy prices? So when they realize that net zero policy are related to oil prices or electricity prices, they are much more concerned about the net zero policy. And also, if these people are managers in small companies or medium-sized company, they are very sensitive to oil prices and electricity prices. So a lot of managers in companies are very sensitive when there are fluctuations in oil and electricity prices. And also 60.3% of respondents are aware that how oil and electricity prices will impact on their household expenditures. And you can see on this slide that if you have the mid-income, if you are the mid-income owners and household, you are very sensitive to oil prices and electricity prices fluctuation. Because the fluctuations will have a huge impact on the disposable income they have in their household. In this slide, we asked them about low carbon transportations. In the net zero policy, we will have to change our transportation model. Actually, 30% to 35% of respondents think that this net zero policy will not have impact, or they will only have minimal impact on their transportation habits. However, also 44% of respondents think that the net zero policy and carbon-free transportation will have huge impact to their daily life. It means that in this polarized situation, some people have already adapted to the carbon-free transportations, while other people are still lagging behind, and that's something we noticed in the survey as well. There are different categories and different types of just transitions. And most of people agree that if you emit a lot of carbon, you have more responsibility to reduce carbon emission. Also, 55% of respondents are worried that the responsibility of reducing carbon will be transferred to employees. And also, we noticed that a lot of senior managers or company owners in this survey are concerned that these responsibilities will be transferred to their employees or will be transferred to private sectors. So for these company owners or senior managers, their decisions will impact and influence how their companies will survive in the just transition process. For example, if you hear a rumor that National Taiwan University will be closed very soon, then people will start to be worried. And if the presidents or senior officials in National Taiwan University starting to worry that the school may be closed, then it becomes a very serious issue. So that's something that we have to notice, that when company owners or senior managers in the companies are worried about just transition, and it becomes a very serious issue that we have to take it very seriously. And 47% of respondents hope to know about how governments will address the net zero policy and the impact of this policy. 75% of respondents argue that government should engage with industries and employees in the process for solutions. So in the future, the net zero communication should not be unilateral. It should be bilateral. Government should engage with industries and employees to find solutions. And 83% of respondents think that before the policy are announced, they should be fully communicated in advance. They want to know about potential implications and solutions. So 83% of respondents think that they should be communicated and discussed before the policy are announced. And also, when these policy creates damages to companies or laborers, how much of them should be compensated? So of course, in these questions, that many employees or companies think that they should be at least half or more compensated by their loss under the net zero policy. And of course, that the senior managers are more realistic in those compensations. They understand and they know that government will not compensate for all of your losses during the net zero policy. And also, most respondents hope that they can have a legislations to subsidize and compensate some of the losses incurred by net zero policy. In the past, that individual sectors will be compensated or will be addressed by individual ministries or government authorities. However, most respondents hope that in the future there will be a designated legislations to protect them or to compensate them or to minimize their losses under the net zero policy. So I think that that's the common opinion among our respondents.
最后一点，
Last but not the least, as we all know, as we are advancing with the net zero policy, for example, in the past, we are going to remove or fade out from the fossil fuel cars, fossil fuel trucks, or motorcycles. A lot of users, I mean the drivers and the people, they feel like they were tabooed. It's like they were named or labeled as someone polluting the environment. So we made a survey asking them if the government made an announcement about this, what do you feel that if we want to fade out from these vehicles? And actually the people, they feel yes. I mean, from the respondents, they say, yeah, we feel like we are labeled that we were polluting the environment because we use fossil fuel cars. But the answer is right here. The thing is, when you made the decision to control this industry and you have these policies or you want to take these actions, you must invite the citizens in advance, telling them, now we are going toward net zero. We know it's a difficult job, but we need your participation. So if these stakeholders were invited in advance, that will be much more helpful. Instead of, for example, they receive the information only from a social media group saying that, okay, the news report says you can no longer drive your truck, and they took it by surprise. So this is a big issue. I think that is what we need to pay attention to. With all these efforts, of course, there we can derive insight and comment from these survey results. So now I'll hand the microphone to Professor Zhou. Professor Wang, that was really a passionate presentation. In comparison to Professor Sun Jun from Korea, you are also very enthusiastic. So we have enthusiastic presenter here as well. So we hope to see enthusiastic civil participation as well. So around the world, as we look at just transit around the world, there are cases for labors. And of course, we saw that the Yellow Vest movement in France, at that time, it was Macron, the then and also now incumbent French Prime Minister. He tried to remove the fossil fuel tax, but at the same time, he made other regulations that did not go together. For example, asking people not to drive fossil fuel cars. And in Taiwan, as we also have similar measures, we want to take better control or monitoring the use, carbon emission of big trucks. In the process of net zero, I think these are all very common issues. In our research, as you all know, this is academic research. We have restraints. So we look at the high carbon emission industries. So we had 500 surveys, and we asked Zhonghua Agency for the market survey. We look into the high-level managers and also C-suite and of course labor level, labor circle. So Professor Wang, he shares some data here. I would like to illustrate more of the image, the picture. So for Just Transit, actually, we do not show, we do not really ask people about, oh, what do you feel about net zero and reducing carbon emission? But we'll ask, how do you feel about carbon emission policy, etc. And those people, some of them, they do not quite understand why the government is going through this process of reducing carbon emission to 90%. Actually, 81% of the people surveyed, they say they do not understand why government is implementing this policy. And one of our questions is that they reflect their opinion. About half of the surveyed, they really want to know more about why the government is implementing these strategies. And as to Just Transit, or also carbon emission reduction policies, more than 75% of the surveyed, they want to be part of it. And also about 83% of the surveyed, they are very interested in doing more and joining hands with the government. So that way, it means people are urgent to know. They really want to know what's happening in these aspects. This is a new topic, carbon emission reduction and net zero, etc. It takes time for people to fully understand. People want to participate in it. And as we are preparing the policy to be launched, to be implemented, we need more time to communication. And we have to admit, a lot of times when we establish some public policy campaign, a lot of times the communication is not refined or we are missing the details. So, like we heard in the morning, in other countries, they might have to spend hundreds, if not tens, but also hundreds of seminars or communication sessions with the people. So now in one of our reports, we also look at, for example, symbiosis of the fishing industry, aquaculture industry, and also according to our survey results, people are very sensitive to the price hikes of fuels and electricity. So we asked people, do you find any possible cost increase in your household expenditure, etc. And also most of the surveyed, actually they are in the mid level income. They are in the medium level of all the surveyed. Because as we look into the surveyed body, of course we have fragile or volatile parties, but the median income level, this segment of people, they are actually a majority of people, or the group which should pay more attention to. And who should be held mostly accountable? Most of the surveyed people say those who emit more carbon, they should be held accountable, sharing more responsibility. And also, many people surveyed, they feel that in the future, as the companies or corporate parties, they are held accountable for carbon emission, then actually part of the responsibility will be transferred to the people. And as to subsidies or compensations, a majority of the surveyed, they want to receive compensation. And also the surveyed, they wish that there will be a specific law or act regarding these matters. And as to the fossil fuel trucks, actually at that time, the government had communication sessions with the truck union, but they did not really reach out. They did not really reach out to the drivers. So the drivers, they feel they are neglected, And for them, they feel that, well, I want to protect the environment. I'm not polluting the air. I mean, in purpose. So they are stigmatized. They feel they are left out. So the diesel fuel cars, the diesel fuel trucks, that was part of the issues we had in Taiwan. So who are involved? Whom are our communication target? And stigmatization, who is stigmatized? These are the stakeholders and also the interest parties that we should try to identify. And even though you might be in different positions, that we are looking into this matter from different perspectives. As we are quickly moving toward net zero, I believe stakeholders will feel and would have very, very much tangible feelings about this matter. So in Taiwan, I have to say we have a problem that our energy transformation is going too slow. Actually, around the world, around 2010, renewable energies in different parts of the world have been rising. However, in Taiwan, our renewable energy became a political issue, and we've been delayed for so long. And the reason why the power production of renewable energy in Taiwan is so low is really political. And then when it comes to green economy chains, we are way too behind. So if you look at the fossil fuel prices, water prices, now that we are not yet reaching green electricity, a lot of things now we are under the pressure from around the world. For example, in 2015, we talked about Paris Agreement. We want to have the temperature rise of the world be controlled within 2 degrees centigrade. And also, each country must agree that they reduce carbon emission by at least 50%. A series of measures, all this taking place around the world, delivers negative impact to Taiwan because we are still lagging behind. And even though we are moving toward energy transformation, so we are under a lot of pressure. And whoever wants to be the next president of Taiwan, this will be a very tricky issue. And in Taiwan, the high carbon emission and also high power consumption companies or industries need more attention. For example, the carbon tax. And also, according to the Clean Power Act in the United States and also Japan, these countries are implementing carbon tax. And also, they demand 100% green supply chain. And for example, Taiwan Mobile, like Chairman Tsai said in the morning, they are dedicating as much as 30 billion NT dollars for green transformation. So Taiwan is now forced to start to launch its energy transformation, but at the same time, we want to deliver drastic carbon emission reduction. It's like we have to get ready and have the seatbelt ready because it's going to be a difficult and bumpy journey. So in the government, I think they are promoting big policies, and under the big umbrella, some smaller policies can be brought over or be put in place, take effect altogether. For example, in the semiconductor industry, TSMC is committed to green energy, and also they take control of carbon emission. And if I am a vendor of TSMC, because since our products will be part of TSMC's products exporting to Europe, of course, the whole supply chain will have to adhere and follow green energy and green protocols. So in Taiwan, we still have as many as 150,000 SMEs. So, for example, I could be a big company, for example, Delta or TSMC, and in my supply chain, I have 2,000 of them. However, among this, maybe 7 or 8 out of this 2,000 vendors, only these small number have problem with carbon emission, and as TSMC, it's our responsibility to support these vendors. So now we have 3 ways to review carbon emission. One is EPA, and then Academia Sinica, and also we have Bureau of Trade, Bureau of Industrial Development, and they are still integrating the resources. But now we have these scales ready. And next, how do we distinguish the disadvantaged, and also how do we identify the median income group and also the fragile group? As we all know, net zero and carbon emission reduction, it's very important that we identify the weakened group, and so that we can have different measures.
We may all become vulnerable groups in the process because of the transitions. We will see fluctuations or price hike in energy, oil, tax, or consumer prices. We have to identify those vulnerable groups and prepare them for the transition. For example, you may have certain subsidies, or you may have some waiver for consumers or households under certain threshold of income. We hope that the governments can start with carbon fee first, and maybe 3 years later, then you will have a carbon tax. So you need to have a phase-out process, and with all these carbon tax, you can start a just transition fund in order to compensate or support those vulnerable groups. It is quite challenging at the moment because when EPA wanted to start the carbon fee, governments have done a lot of communication and discussion since 2020. They receive a lot of pressure from industries, but obviously it is inevitable to us in the future, and many countries are doing this already. So vulnerable communities or vulnerable groups may have different features, or they may have different backgrounds. We need more clearly defined standards. So we need to identify that even within the capital Taipei City, there are still people in the vulnerable categories. So it's not a regional difference. It's also a demographic and also community-based situations. You also need to think about middle-income household, because this middle-income household will also be impacted by these new policy and fluctuations in oil and power prices. I think governments should also support companies in the governance and in the transitions. So many company owners and senior managers are already concerned that this narrow net zero policy will have pressure on their employees. Many companies in Taiwan are agile and resilient, but we need to identify issues first and help to find them solutions as fast as possible. For these high-emission industries, they have to think about multiple issues such as CBAM. There are also ESG issues and TCFD issues. Many of these regulations require transition for these companies. So we suggest governments to work with NGOs, universities, and local groups to develop new society, new economy, and also new production models. Because this net zero process will apply and impact most of the people. So you need to try to be comprehensive and try to be more detailed as possible. And in the detailed process, you may be able to identify those potential vulnerable groups that rely on a lot of social works and a lot of social engineering as well. Once again, we emphasize that the government needs to do more in communications, engagements, and sharing information. As we have said before in our survey, most people do not understand the impact and implications of net zero policy on their business or on their daily life. Therefore, we need to have information transparency, and many of these policies, such as carbon fee or carbon tax, will impact on business operations. You will see many of these impact emergence in the near future. In the communication process, the government should also clearly define the benefits of just transitions and also what are the potential opportunities for these stakeholders. Currently, we do not have any bottom-up mechanisms to explain about just transition. I think that the government needs to do more in their communication with different sector and different demographic groups in Taiwan. And of course, that government also needs to think about how to share the benefits across different groups in the society. Once again, this is a multi-channel and multifaceted process. I think there are a lot of similarities between Taiwan and Korea in the process. And I asked Professor Yun previously that now the carbon emissions in Korea is still increasing, and in Taiwan we are facing the similar situations. The carbon emission continue to grow as well over the years. For example, in Korea, they have increased 100 million tons over a decade. And some people would suggest that in Taiwan, we can have the companies to purchase carbon rights and carbon credits in order to compensate their commissions. I think that's a solution, but we still need to have communication with everyone in the process. So this is the survey that we have for the Just Transitions Awareness Survey in high emission industry in Taiwan. So that's our presentation today. Thank you. Maybe we can open up the floor for questions if there are any questions from journalists or from the audience here. Any questions from journalists or the audience here? I'm a journalist. Now we are seeing a short supplies in green energy in Taiwan. Many large companies are fighting for green energy. So under these situations, how do we support these high emission industries? How do we allocate the limited green energy that we have so far in Taiwan? Should we prioritize those high emission industries? Maybe we can collect a few more questions before we answer them collectively. Maybe some of you are still thinking about questions you may have in your mind. Maybe I can respond to you first. According to our statistics, from 2001 to 2016, our renewable energy only accounted for around 1% of our power mix in Taiwan if you exclude the hydropower. The current government is pushing very hard on renewable energies, even though that we will have 200 offshore wind turbine by the end of this year. We're still catching up. Around 1 p.m. each day, ideally that we will have 13% of our power come from solar. However, wind power still constitute only 1% or less than 1% to our power mix. So we need to do much more. If we can have 15% or 20% of our power coming from green energy, then it will be an easier topic to discuss. However, our developments in green energy have been stagnant or growing slowly in the past few years. And currently, much of our green energy is purchased by TSMC, the major semiconductor companies in Taiwan. And when the governments announced that they want to allocate at least 10% of green energy to smaller and medium-sized companies, we need to look carefully about how they should do this, because we still have short supply in green energy. Thank you. So I can respond to you as well. We work with a weekly magazines in Taiwan to have a survey regarding to listed companies in Taiwan. And according to our survey, our industries are aware of this issue as well. Quite a few high emissions industries are starting to install those green energy generation facilities. So based on all these studies and statistics, we can see that when governments and industries work together, green energy installation and deployment will be much faster. So for those traditional high emission industries, we hope and urge the government to support these major power users to install and to implement green energy generations as much as possible on their premise. Currently, if you want to apply for green energy subsidy from the government, you need to meet a certain threshold. So we suggest the government to lower the threshold so more companies will be able to participate. Thank you. So in our recent survey, we didn't cover livestock industry. Of course, that we know that livestock industry in Taiwan is important. However, the proportions of their greenhouse gas emission is comparatively lower. So this time we focus on sewage and waste management. This time we have an initial survey, but in the futures, of course, we need to cover more aspects in agriculture. So this time we did not include livestock industry. And yes, we include semiconductor industries in our survey this time. I didn't mention that, but it's included. So we include those high power usage companies as well. So of course, that's the semiconductor industry is included in our survey this time. And in our cross-check, there may be different attitudes and different responses in different industries. We will continue to follow up on this to see whether these companies or these industries have different responses over time, or they have changed their minds or changed their perceptions. Dr. Guo have mentioned that when we work with Business Weekly magazine, we design the survey and we distribute the survey to more than 140 companies listed in Taiwan Stock Exchange. Many respondents have mentioned that they will generate and they will prioritize green energy. But the issue here is, of course, about whether we have sufficient green energy to support them or not. And I see another issue, another question from the Slido, that in the past that NTU have a survey on energy poverty and what kind of government strategy that they need to do with energy poverty.
So this is really challenging. Actually, 4 to 5 years ago, we had another forum. At that time, we had a preliminary report based on our literary review from research around the world. So if you have 40% of your household income or more than that dedicated in energy, you have to save as much as 40% of your income for energy. That means you are poor in energy. That is the definition. However, of course, we need to accommodate to different conditions. And speaking about just transit is not just about a policy per se. We need precise data and information. One thing is that we need to build a long-term database. And also, if there's sensitive personal information, we need to find solutions to, for example, encryption or to protect personal information. But I would say it depends on which approach we prefer. We need to make arrangement in advance when we are conducting research. For example, background research, that is something you must pay attention to. But that is, collecting long-term data, that is inevitable. That is something you must do. So for just a transit, and also how do we deal with families that is poor in energy? For example, if you look at the lowest weekly income, etc., how do we calculate that? This is a really difficult question because in the question it says we have a wide recognition. It's a wide range for so-called domestic income. So there are people who are capable to work but did not go to work. So how do we differentiate these different conditions? So since we have professors here, next question is about do you have any idea how to include just transit into the Climate Change Response Act.
To draft actually our new act, okay, right? 所以这件事情，我想需要大家一起来协助跟发声哈。
We need collective effort to make a fair response to this. It's not that the government is not doing anything. It's just we need to go through the right approach and right process. So now, as we have some disputes on the Gas Electricity Act, this act, I think the primary concern in the legislative yuan is that they have some, for example, carbon neutrality commission, and what we need is that we need to have a climate expert commission instead of sustainability. I mean, these are different countries. They have carbon budget. Now, more and more countries are taking care of this matter. For example, they will arrange a schedule, a agenda for carbon emission reduction. And in the carbon electricity law, I think the Climate Change Act, I think it also asks for a specific regulation that we have 4 chapters. So for just transit, it should be included as part of the Climate Change Act. For example, when you are forced to go through business transformation, so who is a vulnerable segment, who is a vulnerable group, I mean, it should be identified and supported. That is still missing in our Climate Change Act. So that is something we need to modify in the future. Thank you, Professor Zhou, for explaining the Climate Change Act. Now, also, I look at internet comment. People are interested in how to define and distinguish the median income family. Especially in Taiwan, we have a wide range of so-called domestic income. People might not be getting salary, but they are working or they are capable of working. Well, for this issue, actually in our center, in our questionnaire, at that time, we did have some conditions or preferred setting for income. For example, actual salary. Actually, a lot of people and also business, they refrain from revealing their income. So in addition to disclosing your income, also in academic research, we can modify the question. We can say, okay, what do you feel? Do you think you should be categorized in this income bracket or which else income bracket? So actually, due to some constraint, actually will remove the question. But I think that is a really good question. It's like, I feel I should belong to a income group. Maybe people are afraid of really disclosing their income. They may not be honest. Or it could be they are making money, but due to inflation or other pressure, maybe they identify themselves. For example, they have a monthly income of 50,000 or 60,000 NT dollars, but they still feel they are medium income people. So all these questions, as we are thinking about just the transit, in the process, how can we subtly, delicately define the different income group and how they respond to net zero and carbon reduction? And for example, they might be concerned about the rising cost of fuel and electricity. They might worry about their job. So not only the design of the questionnaire, maybe we can expand the survey. I mean, we can also look into what they feel. So we can add more questions. So I think that will be a future direction that we will explore. I hope that answers your question. We still have 6 minutes. So one of the questions, as I see, the other aspect of energy transit, just transit, is the Aboriginal tribes and also the agricultural villages, etc. So actually, from the survey in RSPRC, indeed, sometimes you need to add, or for example, ask for more samples in that specific group. And as you all know, in social science, there are some restraints, of course, in our survey and research. It's like if you ask people what you feel about, then actually it's really a level of concern, or we can leverage a focus group or interview, then we can know more about where the questions are, where the problems are. So with multiple attempts and more survey, then we can better define the scope of the issue. Actually, on March 30th this year, in the 行政院, in administrative yuan, as they announced the 2050 net zero goals, social policy is also included. And as you were invited to the meeting, social communication is indeed very important. And National Science Council, as they are also organizing events for social science and also involvement from this field to contribute to a smoother just transit. Of course, we had some preliminary survey and analysis. We still need your support. And it is our hope that, just like in EU, all the project here should be a problem-oriented project. For example, we set up the problem, we have the pain points ahead, we want to solve the issue, and then we trust or we invite the institutions to provide solutions. So a lot of work require cross-disciplinary collaboration. Well, I totally agree. We need more than one institutions, and in our plan, we think it requires more layers, more subtle layers to develop. So the National Development Council, it is our job to consolidate different opinions and resources from, for example, National Development Council, or other scientific institutions, so we can have more cross-disciplinary discussion and collaboration. And I think you've heard me multiple times. Cross-disciplinary, that is really the weakest point for the government when it comes to governance. And many departments, including the Ministry of Transportation, they look at net zero transportation. They had a communication, they have a campaign session. However, as we looked into their measure, they started within the ministry or the department. And in the future, we need a framework to integrate everything. And so a dedicated part, as we have Shi Kehe, Deputy Chairperson, as he will be our panelist in our next session. I encourage everyone to raise a question to him, and I agree that this is something that people pay much attention to, so we can prevent the protests from happening. We can try to deal with it in advance. Also, I saw a question, for example, in Tainan, the green cockroaches, well, it's appeared in news. Well, it depends. Well, that is closely related to local communities, the governments of local community. For example, here in Taiwan, we have a lot of high-tech industries. However, those waste from the scientific parks were directly excreted to the rivers. So from the local government, from the central government to local mafia, so to speak, they are called nuclear mafia. So in Taiwan, yes, these are the things, these are happening in the news. So these are really political issues, so to speak. So how can we make requests to the politicians or statesmen? Well, I wouldn't say it's a energy issue per se. It's really a political it's a political interaction. Well, and actually, in Taiwan, in our elections, the candidates can come from mafia. I mean, that is really a phenomenon here. Not only in Tainan, we have energy mafia. Well, not only in Tainan, I guess there will be throughout Taiwan. And here, I would like to share some numbers with you. By November 20th, we had a survey. 56% of more than 1,200 companies. That was the scope of our survey. So Business Week and also Commonwealth, those companies that had investment in Taiwan, 40% of these foreign investors, they had once or a few times violated waste dumping law. So these companies, these foreign companies, not only they are using our water and electricity, but also they are leaving waste to the local community. So when there are ecological catastrophe, for example, our rivers are polluted, our food is polluted, well, I can only tell the administrative department, well, when there's food safety concern, and then it's impossible that you communicate effectively in energy transformation. In Taiwan, we have a lot of issues that require our collective efforts. But as you can see, what's happening in reality, I mean, we need to pay more attention to these effects. So I'm really grateful and also impressed by the our Professor Yun, the Korean instance, the Korean examples are really beacons. I mean, great reference to us. As to energy transit, I mean, the question was about the vulnerable Aboriginal tribes and also the vulnerable agricultural villages. Well, to answer this question, whenever I'm invited to speak on the topic of transit, of just transit, well, I always remind the government if they are offering or they are organizing a qualitative research, well, they really need to go to the field and collect the data from these people. Well, in our SPRC, we're doing similar survey. Well, I also encourage the person or this gentleman who raised this question. Well, the thing is, a lot of times these vulnerable community, their voices are not heard. For example, they had solar panels. They had to install solar panels, but it was made in a very rude way, or it's not proper at all. That their livelihood and also their rights were invaded. Then of course you can report to us, and we will do. I mean, that's the value of qualitative survey. So due to time constraint, we will stop here, and we will have a 10-minute break. So we'll stop here. If any further question, feel free to write to me. Thank you, Professor Zhou, and also I'm grateful. We are grateful. Thank you for this wonderful presentation and discussion. So, moderator and also two postdoc presenters, let's take a group photo in front of the stage. So now we have 10-minute break. Please come back by 3:10. We have hot drinks. Feel free to enjoy. And in order to stay environmentally friendly, please use your own cups, glass, or reusable container. Thank you very much for your collaboration.
各位来宾您好，刚才大会有捡到一个遗失的信用卡，若您有遗失信用卡的话呢，再请您到报到处找工作人员，谢谢。 各位来宾，大家好。
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the second part of the afternoon session. Please be seated. Another gentle reminder: please turn off your your smartphone or set it at meeting mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the second part of afternoon session in 2 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you very much.
各位来宾，欢迎来到今天。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the afternoon session. The challenges and implementations of just transits around the world. Please feel free to register your questions at Slido, or you can scan QR code for the presentations of all the speakers. So we have English and Mandarin interpreting services. You can plug in your headset into the device on your desk. So now let's welcome our moderator.
周教授
Professor Zhou, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, online, offline, good afternoon. This is the last session, so we are about to end. I know it's a long day. It's really a fruitful day. Did you introduce who I am? My name is Ma Liang. I am the editor-in-chief of Global View magazine. I'm very honored to be invited to be the moderator for this session as we talk about the challenges and implementations of just transit around the world. And Global View magazine, we've been focusing on the topic of ESG for many years. We made a lot of rankings, surveys, interviews. We've been very dedicated in this topic. And I'm very glad to see that we're hosting this event and we are invited to join. Here, next to me, we have actually also online, we have 4 panelists. After the presentation, we will have QA. So our first speaker, as we just lifted the pandemic restrictions, we are very happy to see a foreign speaker. Professor Sun Zhenyun. Professor Yun, she is also the co-chair of 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission. She is also the chairperson of Sustainable Development in the South Korean department. So she is a key person in promoting carbon neutrality in South Korea. So let's welcome her. Now let's welcome her. Our next speaker is from Japan. He is now online. He is not Japanese. He's from Australia. If everything is right, his name is Gregory Trencher. Professor Gregory Trencher from Kyoto University. He's Associate Professor of Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies. So let us welcome Professor Yun. The challenges of South Korea as they progress into 2050 net zero goals. And Professor Gregory Trencher will be sharing us his observation in Japan. And aside from these two foreign speakers, we have two speakers from Taiwan. Now first, let's welcome Deputy Commissioner from National Development Council, Shike. And the National Development Council, just a few months ago, announced that we have a pathway for 2050 net zero plan. So National Development Council indeed has played an important role in net zero path. And I think Vice Chairperson Shi will have very good discussion with us. And of course, we should talk about labor rights. And of course, today we have a representative from our national union, and he is now working in Kaohsiung. He's Director General of the Kaohsiung City Confederation of Trade Unions. In Taiwan, we have many petrochemical industries located in Kaohsiung. They are the higher carbon emission industries. So we just had some chit chat, and I learned from them that certainly in Taiwan, industries have to upgrade themselves, or they export themselves. They start in abroad, and we're always challenged by all kinds of transformation. For example, now we are transforming into low carbon emission, and in the process, how can we protect labor's right that their voices are not neglected? That we can at the same time facilitate a smooth transformation, at the same time protect their welfare and jobs. So in today's agenda, in the last session of the day, each of the panelists will have 15 or 20 minutes of presentation. And after that, we will have a forum of the four speakers. We will take questions on the floor and also online. So first of all, let us welcome Professor Yun for presentation and share with us her experiences, her observations of the Korean experience. Let us welcome Professor Yun. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. When the moderator introduced me, I forgot to say hello to you, so I'm very sorry. Yeah, it is my second presentation today. So to save time, maybe I will skip some part of the first part. But anyway, I will do my best to deliver some important point of my presentation. Yeah, as was introduced, my presentation title is the Road to 2050 Carbon Neutrality and the challenges for just the transition in South Korea. Yeah, actually, you know, transition, some social transition toward the carbon neutral society means changes in jobs, because people are enjoying their livelihood based on current energy and social system. So if we change this system, maybe stakeholders can be different, and existing stakeholders maybe will resist against, or they can lose their jobs and they can have a difficult situation. So confronting this climate crisis or maybe COVID-19 pandemic, we in our country, people, especially ex-gen government, ex-government worried about the jobs of the people. So, after the Paris Agreement in 2015 and IPCC's special report on 1.5 Celsius published in 2018, there are some movement toward the Green New Deal or Green Deal. So right after COVID-19, actually the Korean government also announced the K-Green New Deal because we worried about economic decrease and climate crisis again. So, and then the government declared, actually the ex-president Moon Jae-in declared 2050 carbon neutrality on October last year. And to push the move of our society toward carbon neutrality, as I presented in this morning, the government established the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission, and it is composed of around 95 commissioners. Actually, it started with 97 commissioners, but anyway, and there were 2 co-chairpersons, Prime Minister and myself, and 18 ministers, and 77 originally came from academia, industrial sector, labor and farmer, and civil organization, youth group, and the local government. And the governance system became control tower of carbon neutrality policy and the focal point of public participation and communication with stakeholders and the public. And this is the organization I already showed you, but you can see there is a subcommission titled Just the Transition. So that was one of the subcommission of Carbon Neutrality Commission. So it means there are some concerns, there are maybe concerns about just the transition under Carbon Neutrality Commission. And it is the process of carbon neutrality scenarios I already presented this morning. And when we establish 2050 carbon neutrality scenario, I think, and our commissioners thought, vision and principles are very important. Why? Or which direction we should go, and what kind of principles we should realize. So we made the vision like this: building a safe and sustainable carbon neutral society free from criminality of climate crisis. And we adopted the 5 principles: responsibility, inclusiveness, fairness, reasonableness, and innovation. And in case of principle of fairness, we considered just the transition under the principle of fairness. And these are 2 scenarios developed. The left one is draft, and the right one is the final scenario. So you can see there all reductions, and I already presented this scenario this morning, and draft scenario, which included the coal-fired power plant in scenario 1, but it was omitted in final 2 scenarios. And you can see there, industry sector still will emit some amount of greenhouse gas emissions. In case of draft, 53.1 million tons, and in case of final scenario, 51.1 million tons. Because, we cannot make 0 emissions from industrial sector. So still some emissions comes from industrial sector, and if we have some emission, it can be maybe observed or deleted by carbon sinks or CCUS. That was our strategy. And here, actually, 2015 net zero is a little far from the current situation. The more important thing is 2030 NDC. And 2030 NDC of Korea is a 40% reduction from 2018 emissions. And in that case, you can see the industrial sector, maybe originally, before our 2030 NDC, the reduction rate was just 6.4% from in industrial sector, but it became 14.5% in enhanced 2030 NDC. So the business people were very upset, but relatively lower than other sector because it is not easy for Korea, whose industrial structure is very energy intensive. So, and if we replace facilities, in that case, reduction from industrial sector goes like a stairs, not gradual reduction. So we made such kind of plan. Yeah, I want to show you our greenhouse gas emission trend. You can see here, compared with 1990, Korea's greenhouse gas emission grew up 2.5 times. Compared with the other countries, maybe the scale is small, but in the world, it ranks number 11 in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and especially CO2 from fossil fuel combustion, it ranks number 9 in the world. So the scale is huge. And green CO2 emissions grew up maybe 2.7% times. So it is a little higher than greenhouse gas emissions. So you can see here, South Korea's emissions maybe higher than global average. Global average was the annual growth rate was 1.7%, but Korea 2.7%. So compared with other developing countries, our growth rate is modest. But compared with other developed countries, our emission growth was relatively high. But anyway, I want to show you the Taiwan case and Japanese case. We have 3 countries here. So, in terms of per capita emission, actually Taiwan and Korea exceeded Japan. But in terms of the share of our emissions of total or global greenhouse gas and CO2 emissions, Japan is much higher because Japan's population and land size is much bigger. But I want to show you the ratio between greenhouse gas emission share and the population share. So all 3 countries' global greenhouse gas share is much higher than its population share. So it means we have more responsibility to reduce greenhouse gases. And in case of Korea, the energy sector shares around 87% of total greenhouse gas emissions. And the Energy Transformation Center, 32.7, it is 2021. In case of 2018, it was 37%, so it's a little lower. But anyway, you can see industrial sector's emission is very high. So there is some dilemma. You can see here, our energy consumption of industrial sector and electricity consumption of industrial sector is very high. In terms of final energy, just over 60%, 62% is consumed by industrial sector. Electricity, over 52.8% is consumed by industrial sector. So I also point out Korea's industrial sector's energy consumption is very high. So for carbon neutrality, we should change everything. Especially, we should change our energy system, which is wholly depends on fossil fuel. And at the same time, I think, or many scholars think, nuclear power also should be phased out because carbon is not the only risky component. Radioactivity is also risky. But anyway, you can see here, the centralized electricity and energy system and decentralized system, we can create more jobs through demand-side management and renewable energy technology development and maybe electrification and smart grid operation. But you know, the problem is here. I want to show you the sectoral emissions here. So that is our goal. By 2050, we should make a net zero carbon neutrality, and we should follow this path. Actually, you know, according to IPCC, we should have a deeper reduction by 2030. But usually every country uses this kind of straight line until 2050. Anyway, so which sector should reduce how much? That is problematic. So in Korea, coal-fired power plant produce around 40% of our electricity. If we had some maybe intentional less operation of coal-fired plant, in that case, maybe 35. So 35 to 50, 40% is the share of coal-fired power plant. But you can see here, this is the location of coal-fired power plant. Usually, you know, you can see western part, we have half of our coal-fired power plant in Chungnam province. This is right below Seoul metropolitan area. And here, many nuclear power plant here, so far away from Seoul. But anyway, we produce many electricity here and transmit that electricity to Seoul and other metropolitan areas. So that is the reason why these coal-fired power plants are located close to Seoul metropolitan area. But you know, the ex-government made this kind of closure plan of coal-fired power plant. So by 2030, 18 more coal-fired power plants will be closed, and by 2034, 6 more will be closed. So what will happen? Especially, you know, this is the Chungnam province, the heavily located area of coal-fired power plant. So if 12 coal-fired plants are closed in this region, maybe 1/3 of workers will lose their jobs. So how can we make more jobs for them, or their economy? The economy in that region will be threatened by this closure of coal-fired power plant, because the workers, they have income and they spend the money in their community. If they lose jobs, it will give a big impact on their regional economy too. And we have another big industry, that is car manufacturing industry. But as you know, the car industry is changing into electronic cars. But you know, still we have many workers who works to make combustion engine cars. But you know, combustion engine cars compared with the electronic cars use just 1/3 of parts compared with the electronic cars. So not just big size, large size company, but also medium, small size who provide parts, automobile parts to Hyundai or Hyundai, Kia. They can lose jobs. And you know, combustion engine cars needs more service because part replacement and the engine oil replacement. There is not such service required for electronic cars. And the electronic cars, the charge is very simple. We don't need some helpers, assistants. So they can lose jobs. So especially in Korea, you know, in 2018, 1.9 million people were employed in this area. It is 7.1% of total number of employees in Korea. So if we do not have specifically planned nice employment plan, maybe they can lose their jobs. And it gives some impact on their regional economy too. That is the situation we are located. And you know, but I mentioned about a citizens' council for carbon neutrality in this morning. It is composed of lay people represented, maybe we made proportional representation based on age, region, and sexuality, gender. And we gave them information and lecture provided by experts. So they learned, they have accumulated information, knowledge for informed decision. And we had 4 times questionnaire survey through this process. But you know, you can see here, very interesting. Concerning proper time to stop selling combustion engine cars, when they do not have any idea, it is the second questionnaire. The first questionnaire was given in orientation time. They do not have any background information. The second was just after distributing some learning materials by themselves, we had a questionnaire survey. So from 2030 was the biggest part. But you know, the last part one, 4.5 people maybe were the biggest, and 2035. How about the proper time to shut down coal-fired power plant? Second, this is the biggest part, but you know, the last one, by 2050, delay the decision. Why? Because we asked the factors to be considered the most in establishing the carbon neutrality scenarios. They said fair and just transition is the most important factor for their decision. It means, yeah, we need carbon neutrality as soon as possible, but we should consider people's job and their livelihood. So we cannot stop selling the combustion engine cars, or we should not stop coal-fired power plant because they can lose jobs. So we have this kind of dilemma. And yeah, I do not have time left, but here you can see we have a framework act on carbon neutrality and green growth, and it has some chapter and articles for just the transition. And it says about preparation of social safety net for climate crisis and the designation of a special district for just the transition, and support for business conversion, minimization of risk of property loss, support for guarantee of citizen participation, activation of cooperatives, and establishment of just a conversion support center. Yeah, we have this kind of very nice framework act. But the problem we have, and this is the second 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission. At this time, the sub-commission number is maybe reduced from 8 to 4, but still we have just the transition subdivision, sub-commission. But we have a very nice law and acts, and there are too many talks about just the transition. But we have not prepared the substantial plan for just the transition. That is our situation. So actually, you know, our government should have some employment impact assessment. So nowadays we have this kind of, not until last year. From this year, the government is doing the employment impact assessment concerning these 5 areas. So still, we do not have any outcome yet. So I am waiting their result. And still, we do not have legal system, legal arrangement. We should support this just transition district and workers. But even though we prepared the climate response fund, that's not enough, not sufficient. So we do need to collect more fund to support just the transition district and workers. Yeah, I hope you develop more nice plan and we can follow you and we can cooperate each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yu. Please be seated. 然后接着有请京都大学地球环境学堂 Gregory Trencher 副教授为我们语谈，让我们掌声欢迎 Professor Trencher。
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you can all hear me clearly. Thank you very much for this invitation to be able to share the experiences of Japan with you all. I'm very sorry that I could not attend this conference in person. I've been attending online. It looks very interesting. There was a fascinating presentation just now about Korea, and also the earlier report about the situation in Taiwan was fascinating. So yes, once again, thank you very much for this invitation. And I'm going to be quickly presenting some perspectives that relate to the just transition in Japan. So I'll just going to begin now. Excuse me. Sure. So the background. So basically, the concept of a just transition is not explicitly discussed in key policy documents in Japan. And when we talk about the key policy documents that relate to energy policy, there are basically the main one is this basic energy strategy, and this is renewed every 3 or 4 years. And if you do a search through there for a just transition, you will find 0 mentions. There's another very important strategy that was formulated by the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, which is the Green Growth Strategy. This is similar maybe to the Green New Deals that we have seen in Europe. This also doesn't mention the word just transition. So many researchers and stakeholders around the world think that the Japanese government is not thinking about the just transition. But this actually is not an accurate assessment, because there are many relevant issues with the just transition that are discussed in these documents. For example, we find many mentions about solar energy. There's a big effort to grow the solar industry. And there's many discussions about this problem about where to site these solar installations. There's acknowledgement that the growth of solar is causing a damage of the Japanese rural scenery. And there's also emphasis on consulting properly with citizens. And there's also this emphasis now on addressing this issue about the end-of-life waste. Then regarding electric mobility, just like the case in Korea, Japan has a very the automotive industry is very important for Japan's GDP. We have a very large portion of the population that is employed with this, and so this is going to have big impacts. And this is starting to be acknowledged in these policy documents. So there's this vision of converting Japan's gasoline stations to comprehensive energy hubs, and I'll explain this in a moment. That's basically shifting away from gasoline. And there's also an emphasis on really looking after the part suppliers, because the big automotive companies, Toyota, Honda, for example, they're making the transition and they're going to be okay. But what we worry about is the part suppliers that have these very large numbers of workers that serve these broader supply chains to the automotive industry. So there's an emphasis there on supporting the shift here. So if the Japanese government doesn't explicitly talk about just transitions, who does talk about it? Well, there's probably, I think, about 3 sort of key reports that I think summarize, the discussions from non-governmental stakeholders so far. The one on the left here was just released a few weeks ago, and that was by a colleague here at Kyoto University, by another researcher from Kyushu University, and by some researchers in England. And they gave a nice overall overview of the situation in Japan. And I'm going to present some of the statistics that they have. We have an NGO in Japan, a Kiko network that's very influential in climate change. They talk about this, but mainly from the experiences of overseas. Then we have a research group that has a lot of very close contact with certain members of parliament in the Japanese government, and they talk very explicitly about the just transition. So coming back from this report here, they have quite an interesting table that sort of has been, I think, taken inspiration from some of the other reports, and they try and sort of map out some of the sectors that they think are at risk from the energy transition. So they look at fossil fuel power, steel, petrochemicals, nuclear. Of course, nuclear doesn't emit CO2, but possibly in an energy transition, then this could be at risk. But I think that it's quite clear that the Japanese government and the incumbent utilities still support nuclear. And then vehicles and paper. So vehicles are in grey here. I'm not sure if you can see here, but there's almost, I think, about 200,000 people, employees, that are classified as high-risk jobs. And we can see that this varies significantly according to the region. So this is the Tokai region, which is around Tokyo. And so many of the part supplies, I guess, like in many countries, are located in regional cities. And so this is sort of considered around the Tokyo area. This is considered as a very high-risk area. And there are lots of discussions about this in Japan, and the Japanese government included is aware of this. And I'm going to showcase to you some of the discussions about this later on in the presentation. But before we go there, I'm sorry, I would like to talk quickly about the power sector, because this was the other job, the other sector that I promised to talk about. I'm very sorry, maybe I can jump back to the slides here. I don't talk about this in detail at all, but the numbers for the fossil fuel power sector, like, for coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants, these are physically workers at these plants. The numbers you'll notice are much, much smaller compared to the automotive industry. So anyway, let's talk about the power sector. So Japan is, as you know, has an energy mix, electricity generation mix that looks very similar, I think, to many other countries, maybe Korea. We generated 32% of our electricity from coal 2 years ago, and it was basically the same last year. And then LNG, we have a big reliance here, and we have a very small share of nuclear, and that's because of the Fukushima disaster. Renewables, please don't be fooled by this number, because half of this includes hydroelectricity. So the modern day renewables, which is basically in Japan, is basically just solar and a little bit of wind, maybe I think 1.5% of wind. So that's here. 9% of this is hydro. Anyway, the idea is basically to double this in the next 10 years. Well, we've only got 8 years left. The idea is to expand nuclear back to sort of, I guess, the pre-sort of Fukushima value. That's going to be very difficult. The idea is to rapidly reduce gas, because gas, as we know, is extremely expensive. There's a big problem about getting, steady supplies into Japan, and reducing coal. So what this means is Japan's energy transition is going to, we're going to have a share of non-fossil fuel sources that's going to grow to now 60%. And we're going to introduce here hydrogen and ammonia, which I think is a topic for another presentation. And you'll also notice that the overall volume of the electricity is going to reduce because of a population decline and because of increased energy efficiency. So solar in Japan has really grown. And here, if we look at this graph here, we can see in gray, these are the countries, this is showing us installed PV capacity. And China, by far, is the champion of the world. They have over 300 gigawatts. The unit here is gigawatts of capacity. Next is the USA. They have about 1/4 of China, and very close to the USA is Japan. Japan is a very, I think, not very widely recognized, but it's a quiet achiever in the rollout of PV panels, and it's quite amazing. We're actually ahead of Germany and India, and but there's actually, if you convert this to our land surface area, Japan is as a country that has a very small land surface. We're actually by far the world champions in terms of how many solar PV panels we have per square kilometer, and this is by far ahead of, like, for example, the USA and China and other countries like Australia. So what this means is, this is quite remarkable how we've actually built so many such a solar capacity in such a short amount of time. But what this means is that we have there's a high concentration of solar in a very limited landmass. And what this means is that we're going to have a lot of justice impacts that are really concentrated in these small areas. And one of the justice relevant impacts is actually waste disposal. So this is starting to become a very, I think, very widely discussed issue now in Japan. And we're realizing with the growth of solar and with the coming to the end of the FIT, the feed-in tariff scheme, if we take an average lifetime of 20 years, we can see that we can expect a large amount of waste to start occurring in about 10 years' time and rapidly increasing within a few years. And then if we just assume different lifetimes of solar PV panels, then we can expect to see large volumes of waste. This is absolutely huge, by the way. The unit here is as we see here, 800,000 tons of solar PV panels. This is a phenomenal amount of waste. This is very relevant to the just transition. What are we going to do with this waste? And so, well, there's actually been surveys from the government asking the PV operators, are you setting aside money? Because right now they're getting, very nice income from the feed-in tariff. Are you setting aside some of this money so you can dismantle your project at the end of its life, and then, reuse this waste or do something with this waste? The far majority of PV operators are not saving money. And I think we can probably assume that this is reflected in the rest of the world. And that is because around the world, PV operators are probably not mandated by law to recycle their panels. And a very, very small number are saving. And we can see here that the majority of people that are saving are the operators in the high voltage, so the larger operations. So this means that if these operators are not saving to dismantle and to treat this waste, then there's a risk of illegal dumping or just an abandonment of this, just doing nothing, just leaving it there, letting nature take over these installations. There's also a risk, setting aside this issue, there's a risk that natural disasters like floods, hail, snow, wind, they can damage PV panels, and they can also cause a premature emergence of waste. So Japan is starting to address this. So here's a photograph actually of an abandoned PV field. You can see here that the kind of trees are starting to grow in these panels. So this is really the situation that people such as myself and other stakeholders are becoming very worried about, because Japan actually has a history of just abandoning things and just leaving them there. If you go for a drive in the countryside in Japan, you'll see gasoline stations, you'll see restaurants, you'll see ski stations that are basically just being left there, just like a bottle on the side of the road. And so if you look at this and you think, well, it's not really hard to imagine that in the future we're going to have lots of these emerging across Japan. So there's a very urgent situation to do something about this. So the government has made a policy change, and the idea is now that is there any solar PV operator that has an installation above 10,000 kilowatts, which is quite a small installation, they must set aside a share of their savings to an external fund. And this must begin 10 years before the end of the feed-in tariff. And the operator must report their savings, their balance, to the government. And the idea is that this would allow money at the end of this scheme for these panels to be removed from the mountain and to be recycled or reused, because this is showing us all damaged ones that obviously have to be recycled. So we can landfill these, which is the cheapest option, but landfilling would create toxic waste because they're full of dangerous substances, including lead and some other dangerous chemicals. And recycling them costs a lot of money. So the idea is we need to save for this. Another issue is siting. So in Japan right now, because we have a limited land area, the PV developer, and we have a limited availability of flat land, the PV operators are targeting these mountain slopes. And this is causing problems because we have a lot of rain in Japan. And the rainfall hits these panels, and we get, sometimes landslides. And so this is increasing the risk of this. So we're having negative impacts on the safety of these ecosystems, and it's also deteriorating the scenic beauty. And many residents are worried about this. They think, will a landslide occur in my neighborhood? And there's also an issue about the economic benefits, because unfortunately, a lot of these are built by external stakeholders, and there's very few employment benefits. The employment benefits for the local community are basically non-existent. Ironically, it's far less, for example, than having a fossil fuel or a nuclear power plant. And the largest national newspaper has done a survey to prefectural governments, and they realized that 80% of these governments are reporting troubles, problems with siting. So basically, this is a problem that's occurring across Japan. And so now the Japanese government is making large projects, like this one here would be a large project. They're making them carry out impact assessment, mandatory environmental impact assessments. That's good for larger projects. For smaller projects, we only have guidelines. These are voluntary guidelines, and they just give advice about preserving scenery and nature, and avoiding accidents, and encouraging engagement with local residents. So this is a little bit soft. Many stakeholders think this is not hard enough. We need all types of projects to have environmental impact assessments. And also some prefectural governments are also making prefecture level requirements such as environmental impact assessments. So let's quickly move over to the transport sector, because this is also quite an interesting case study. So as I said just before, the just transition is not actively, explicitly used by the government, but actually the negative impacts on employment and the economy because of this transition to electric mobility is very widely discussed in Japan right now. We have it discussed by the media, by the automotive industry, by think tanks, researchers, books, and the government policy. Let me take you through a few of the announcements. So basically, in Japan, the Japanese government suddenly, a few years ago, decided to announce an imminent ban on internal gasoline engines for the year 2035. After large protests, probably from Toyota, it's decided that this will include hybrid vehicles. This was a big shock because a lot of people were unexpected for this announcement. And the opposition was very, very strong, especially from Toyota and the Automobile Manufacturers Association, of which Toyota is the chair. In newspapers, this is an overseas Wall Street Journal, you see that the Toyota is very explicitly, very publicly opposing this ban. They're sort of saying the current business model of the car industry is going to collapse. We're going to see the loss of millions of jobs. It's quite interesting to see the figure here, millions of jobs, when the figure I showed you from the previous analysis was estimating around 200,000 at-risk jobs. But what I should say is that that figure does not take into account gasoline stations. It does not take into apply, the parts and these invisible actors in the supply chain. It also doesn't take into account, for example, mechanics as well. And so after this, Toyota and the JAMA began a negative information campaign. And for example, they started to use this idea that there's 5.5 million people working in the automotive industry in Japan. And the idea is they're saying if we regard the internal engine as an enemy, so this is as an enemy here, we won't be able to export these cars. And if we stop exporting our cars, then 5.5 million people would risk losing their jobs. I mean, frankly, I think this is a very gross exaggeration, but it shows you that they've taken this concern about the impact on jobs very seriously. And so they're arguing that we should make our enemy not the internal combustion engine, but making it carbon, which basically means that hybrid vehicles are okay and also opens the door for other options, for example, synthetic fuels. Around Japan, we have a problem actually, regardless of the transition to electric mobility. We have gasoline stations that are actually declining 2% per year. They're declining because of the population decline, because of higher efficiency in vehicles, and because younger people are driving less. And again, we see these very sad sort of scenery around the countryside. This is going to increase as we see the transition to electric vehicles. So the sixth basic energy strategy discusses this. And it says, let's move away from gasoline. Let's move to comprehensive energy stations that provide EV charging, that provide hydrogen, because like Korea, where Japan's putting a lot of emphasis on fuel cell vehicles, car sharing, and other services, for example, like coin laundries for doing your washing. So that's quite an interesting statement. And then also the Japanese government recognizes that the parts suppliers are going to be highly impacted by the transition to EVs. So the green growth strategy sort of sets up a vision of part suppliers that today make parts for the gasoline vehicles, like engines, like transmissions, oil pumps, things that we don't need in an electric vehicle, shifting to EV parts. And the government's pledging financial and institutional support. And this support, the idea is to provide training and human resource fostering, to give information seminars about the growth of the EV market, because a lot of the parts suppliers still don't understand the emerging storm on the horizon, and providing subsidies for buying equipment. So to operationalize this, the Ministry of the Economy, Trade and Industry have set up what's called a Mikata project. Mikata means ally, friend, ally. And basically they are targeting regions, especially the regions where the automotive industry is concentrated. And they basically set up an information window. They send their experts to the company to say, hey, this is what's going to happen to the industry in the future. This idea of the EV shift, this is not a joke. This is real. Get ready for this. They also provide experts to help these smaller companies come up with strategies to transition. We have, as I said before, like the Green Deal. We have the green growth strategy, and the government is going to provide subsidies and loans for these smaller companies to set up in new equipment. So the idea is to help them move from making engine parts to making EV parts. So this is quite an interesting initiative that many people in Japan are not aware of. So I have a lot of colleagues that think that the Japanese government is not talking about the just transition, but they are. They're just using different words. They're sort of focusing on negative economic impacts. They don't use the word just transition, which is a very European Western concept. So I would just like to conclude with a few thoughts here, and I would just like to point out that I think that the prevailing conceptualizations of just transition are very much focused on people. They're very much anthropocentric, and they're very much focused on the economy and workers. And we can see this very clearly from these from these statements, for example, from the International Labor Union, and this idea about leaving no one behind, and this focus on the economy. But I think from the case of Japan, we see that we sort of also have to take into account, the non-worker communities like residents that are affected by, the installation of these solar PV arrays. I'm sure this is an issue in Korea and Taiwan where there's not much land available. The environmental impacts, these are not that nature is not a human, but we have to account for nature and ecosystems in our consideration of justice impacts. And also the waste management burden, which in many cases is going to be borne by our children. And the International Panel on Climate Change, the sixth assessment report actually provides a statement. They talk about energy, about the just transition, and they mention this idea about intergenerational justice and the impacts of policy. So I think that's quite important. And then I just would like to direct your attention to an interesting paper that was written by a colleague of mine a couple of years ago. And they looked at energy justice transition. They looked at impacts related to energy justice in a supply chain of fossil fuel. And the fossil fuel extraction started in faraway countries. They were based in America. They were looking at Colombia and also gas fracking sites around America. And they realized that there's justice impacts all across the supply chain, from the extraction of fossil fuels to the processing, to the transport, to the use, and then finally to disposal. And I think it's quite clear in the case of Japan that we really have to pay attention to the siting, for example, of solar PV panels that have a very green sort of image, and also the disposal of these very environmentally friendly technologies. If they're not disposed correctly, they can create environmental justice problems. So it's been a pleasure talking to you all. I hope that I didn't go over time, and thank you very much.
谢谢
Thank you, Professor, for your presentations. So please remain online, and later on we will have the panel discussion. Now we move on to the Deputy Minister of National Development Council, Shi Kehe. Thank you for the invitation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am from National Development Council. Today, I will talk about the challenges and practices in just transition in Taiwan. National Development Council in Taiwan is responsible for coordinations between different ministries in the government. At the same time, we also serve as a think tank to our central government. So first of all, I will tell you something about what government have done in Taiwan. I will also talk about some things that is at the proposal stage. Of course, that our governments have decided to reach net zeros by 2050. In our presidential address in January, our President Tsai Ing-wen have mentioned about the action plan we have for net zero by 2050. On the World Earth Day, she also mentions that we need to work toward net zero with the world. The National Development Council have aggregated information from different ministries, and we want to emphasize 4 major strategies and 2 different foundations. In 2015 to 2016, we have talked about non-nuclear homeland or 2025 energy transition. Of course, energy transition is ongoing. It's related to energy sectors and industry sectors. For 2050 net zero, we also need to transform our life and society. So life transition is a micro level, while social transition is a macro level situation. In our daily life, we need to incorporate different actions, for example, like green mobility. So besides daily life, we will also need to think about other factors in the process. In our daily life, we have to think about how do we allocate disposable income in our household. That's something we need to think about. People with different income level may encounter challenges in the transition process. Now we are encouraging people to use green mobility or electric mobility. Some people would argue that this is important to implement the green mobility. But some scholars also emphasize that you need to use public transportation to replace some of the private vehicles. Therefore, in the life transition process, you have to think about many different aspects. The National Science Council have started to invest in many different emerging technologies in the process. And I know that they include the social science into their investment as well. I think this is critical and important. In the social transition process for Net Zero 2050, we want to emphasize just transition and citizens' engagement. Now in Taiwan, we are drafting the Climate Crisis Response Act, and we include just transition into the draft as well in Article 6 and Article 8. Several legislators in Taiwan have paid extra attention to just transitions and policy frameworks. So just a clarification to people who have raised the questions beforehand. In our public declarations on March 30, we have drafted 12 key strategies that will go across 7 different ministries. So the first version of this will be publicly announced in December, which is this month. But that's not the final versions. I think that is a document for public consultations. Some of them may not be finalized at the moment. We need to go through discussions within the society or within the scientific communities. Here on the right-hand side, you will see some of the renewable energies and storage facilities. On the left-hand side, you will talk about carbon sink, net zero life, green finance, zero disposal, etc., etc. So it will cover agriculture, financial services, National Development Council, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance as well. So several ministries are involved in this process. So within all these strategies, we request these ministries to give us a policy framework and policy ideas and guidelines in the process. Besides these 12 key strategies, we also identify other issues. Professor Trencher mentions the issues in Japan. And we also see issue in Taiwan as we phase out petrochemical industries and fossil fuel industries. We also need to think about the future for these workers and these smaller businesses. They will encounter similar issues like in Japan as well in the future. They may have unemployment issues. We have to pay more attention to small and medium-sized enterprises and service industry. This is an important discussion for everyone here in Taiwan. SME and service industries in Taiwan are largely related to wholesale, retail, and hospitality industries. Many of these workers have lower income. So what kind of policy impacts will net zero happen to them? What kind of resources that we can invest for them?
接下来我来谈公正转型的挑战哦。那我必须跟各位说明，就是说，在这个公正转型，我待会会针对它的定义、意涵、课题、政策思维、先导案例来提出说明哦。那我认为这些挑战，我今天的报告里面我是没有答案，但是我是想要提出课题，就是我们遭遇到的课题，大家必须一同来讨论。那我觉得这也是挑战了公共行政跟公共政策理论的一个部分。那我们来看一下这个定义哦。在狭义的定义，我想在场多数人会知道，就是 ILO 的定义，它最主要还是放在工作就业机会的部分。那 leaving no one behind， 刚才那个 Professor Trencher 也有提到，那这个是比较狭义的部分。那是在讲转型的过程中，在就业在劳动力的这部分的一个影响。那我个人举一个例子，可能也不能叫做公正转型，但是这种课题其实我们以前就碰过了哦。台湾在以前，尤其在大学附近有很多打字行。自从 PE2 出来之后，打字行其实就受到影响。但是自从那个 Windows 3.1的 Word 出来之后，打字行就大量消失啊。它所以也影响到就业。但是那时候我们做了什么事情？一样的课题，其实我们现在碰到，而且是更大规模的。接下来的近邻转型不是只是 PE2 的发明，或者是 Windows 的发明而已。那广义的定义这是目前我们行政团队比较采用的，就是欧盟的主张。他认为公正转型在绿色转型的利益能够广泛为社会大众分享。这待会我会强调一下。那同时哪些经济遭受损失的地区跟群体能得到支持哦？那在这边我想先停在这一页，就是说公正转型是不是一个很新的东西？是不是很 fashion 的东西？我觉得有几个问题我们要问，它到底有多新？第二个，有没有一个 orthodox， 有没有一个正统的公正转型的框架？第三个是有哪些工具，我们可能都很陌生。那我这边提出来的这个课题是说，其实大家可以去思考一下，有一些东西是我们曾经面对类似的问题，我们何时曾经面对类似现在近零排放的时候公正转型的课题？
Okay, so about a decade ago, we talked about how to mitigate the climate impact. So this is something that the government already tackled in the past. However, the questions we faced back at the time were not exactly the same. We talked a lot about the restructuring of the industries. And we also talked about mitigation and adaptation. So it's about infrastructure. But now we're looking at climate change, but we want to incorporate social transformation into this topic. And another question that we also tackled in the past is that with the introduction of some policies, some industries, some workers actually suffer from the impact, from the damage. I don't know if you guys remember, besides climate change, I think it's WTO, it's free trade. So when we switch to free trade, some people also lost their jobs due to it, which had an impact on consumption and on production, on manufacturing, and they required the response and the assistance from the communities and from the government. So this is not entirely new. These are all issues that we tackled before. But what tools do we have to tackle the impact of just transition? There are some policy tools which are a little more technical. But many organizations have have addressed the issue of green employment. And so these all exist already, actually. And in terms of economics, we also analyze the benefits of the product. But also we can take advantage of risk analysis. And in Taiwan, we also use environmental assessment. But these are the tools that we are very good at using. It's just that we are now using them in a much larger framework. But I think people have to remember that there's no right or wrong. And it's a big challenge for the government. But I think the private sector, the academia, and the government have to work together to make this work. And the potential topics that we can see here are the rudimentary topics that the departments have addressed. We have put them into 5 different categories, including employment, industrial transformation, regional development, consumption, and governance. Today, we're talking about human-oriented just transition, which is what makes these topics very important, because it is about our laborers, it is about our industries, and it is about our communities. And when it comes to the government, it's about public affairs. So we are including a lot of different groups into just transition. But I think 2 groups are missing, which is the stakeholders and the investors. You cannot see clearly what actors are included in these 5 topics, but which is why we need to go into it. And we need to look at these topics in detail. It's just that so far we're not there yet. We need to work on this faster. When we talk about people, we also have different ethnic groups, we have different incomes, we have different genders, and we have different generations. This is a very long road that we have to walk together. And in this slide, I'm talking about the political thinking of just transition. I'm also echoing what Professor Yun just said. Like what I just told you, we don't have one thing that will get us there, that will just make us achieve our goals. On the other hand, we need to continuously review what we're doing. What I want to say is this has to be inclusive. And the framework has to be adjusted all the time. Because when we want to do things in an orthodox or in a right way, we will lose balance. And the second part about political thinking is the cost structure. We can see that the EU wants to share the profits, the benefits of transition, which is why we need to mitigate the impact in terms of the cost structure. It is easy. If we cause any damage, we need to give compensation. Later, we talked about, for example, taxes. We can mitigate the impact with taxes, and all these are a cost structure. But can we, for example, plan our policies based on these? In Taiwan, there's a good example of power plants. And we have NGOs proposing the idea of proposing initiatives nowadays. Because in the past, we have compensation, we have financing, we have tax. But the innovation can be many things. It can be financial tools, for example. We talked about, for example, GHG emissions. There are different categories, which is why we can create many financial tools that in the form of trust or in the form of insurance. And I think all of you know that if we can calculate, if we can analyze a risk in terms of insurance, then we can design this into tools. For example, and the government can also be involved. And all these are the challenges that we face today. And I have 3 more examples here. When different countries face just transition, there are different topics that they face. For example, Scotland. Scotland worked a lot with their energy sector, especially in the fossil fuel employment opportunities. And in Taiwan, we are talking about vehicle electrification. This involves many different departments, including the Council of Agriculture. So they are starting a dialogue in terms of just transition. In Taiwan, when it comes to vehicles, we're talking about the most important group is scooters. We have many, many scooters in Taiwan. We have also about 10,000 to 20,000 companies that offer scooter services. And this includes up to 100,000 jobs, and they will suffer from the direct impact of vehicle electrification. But of course, when people think about this, they will first consider the costs between a traditional scooter and an electric scooter, and also how convenient it is for me to have an electric scooter. Is it easy to charge? And all these companies that offer services for scooters, are they going to stay in the sector and offer services to electric scooters? Or are they going to transition into doing something else? Are we going to be able to find new jobs for people who worked on traditional scooters? And in terms of the fishery and electricity symbiosis, I think we have all heard stories about this. And there are different actors involved in this. We have the fishermen, and we have also the owner of the landowners, and also developers. So when we think about this, we have to think about rent, and we also have to think about the capital. So when it has an impact on fishery, how many people might have an impact on their jobs? So, and also how are the benefits shared? So, last but not least, I am talking about the carbon sink. So this is somehow related to the profit splitting mechanism. This is something that we have been addressing together with the banks. So all over the world, they would have, for example, trust for wetlands, for forest, or for historical attractions. For example, when a company has problems with carbon emission, they would basically pay for a forest to balance out the carbon emission. But also some companies create a trust, which also creates employment opportunities. And if there's any benefits coming out of, for example, the wetland trust, how will they share the profits? For example, if a community works together to maintain the wetlands, will they be entitled to the profit afterwards? This is the concept that we have to work on. And we already see some examples on the international stage. And in Taiwan, we're beginning to think in this direction, and we have to discuss further. I am running out of time, so I'm going to very briefly go through the rest of my presentation. When we implement just transition, and this is the framework proposed by CSIS, it talks a lot about participation, civic participation. It also talks a lot about the scope of impact. So as I just said, the framework is not fixed yet, and there's nothing orthodox about the framework. So for the moment, like what we all talked about, we have different steps. I need to tell you very honestly that we are still between phase 1, which is planning, and phase 2, preparations for the moment. So how can we make this comprehensive and flexible? This is something that we're still working on. So at the end of the year, with the version that we are making public, we have a lot of work to do, and we need to involve a lot of discussions from the society. And to be honest, we are under quite some stress because there are a lot of different theories. But like I just said, this is something that we all faced before. It's like what happened when we joined the WTO. But there are also questions that we talked a lot about without being able to solve. So I'll give you an example. It's about the civic participation of just transition. There is no fixed answer. So we have an ongoing discussion about this. And also we're talking about the science of data, which is how we can employ data in just transition. So I'm glad that I'm talking about the challenges instead of solutions today. So this is issues that we will continue to face.
做法。
This is our current practice. We have multiple ministries and the National Development Council who are participating in this process. And we also have a Just Transition Commission that involve public and private sectors. And in the process, we also need to have consultation meetings. We will probably have a lot of seminars and public hearings as well. We hope that within and across ministries, we can work together to communicate with the public. We don't have the Just Transition Commission yet. We are proposing this idea to our government. This concludes my presentations. We hope that in the net zero just transitions process, no one is left behind. We want to focus on humans. It's human-centered, but at the same time, we also need to take care of all different stakeholders. Thank you. Now we are moving to the last presenter, who is Mr. Ye from Kaohsiung City Confederations of Trade Union. Let's welcome Mr. Ye from Kaohsiung City Confederation and Trade Union. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm happy to attend this event today to talk about just transition and how I think about this issue. We have heard presentations and discussions. I'm from Kaohsiung City. Kaohsiung is an important industrial city in Taiwan who also suffer from severe air pollution. In the past, when we joke that when you drove through Kaohsiung City, you can smell the air differently. You can feel the air smell different, and you can feel that the air is worse. Even until now, air pollution in Kaohsiung City is still very serious. We probably have the worst air pollutions in Taiwan for many years in a row. And some professor used our national healthcare data and noticed that citizens in Kaohsiung suffer a lot from lung cancer. And the lung cancers are related to their life even though they are not smokers. Some people have been trying to find the root cause of air pollution in Kaohsiung, and of course it is related to our industrial structure in Taiwan and in Kaohsiung. This is an explosion of oil refinery in Kaohsiung in October. This oil refinery have multiple accidents over the past few years, so some people requested to be closed. So this is actually a recent incident. It was a very serious explosion in the oil refinery in Kaohsiung. So the refinery impact many local communities and local neighborhoods. You can see this is the green part is the neighborhood surrounding the oil refinery. So these residents suffer a lot. They are surrounded by many factories. For example, the Taiwanese steel companies, the ship manufacturing companies, the petroleum company, etc., etc. There are also harbor as well. So these people feel like living on an island surrounded by factories. So they suffer from severe air pollution over the years. After the explosions in October, the first request they had for the government was to relocate their villages and relocate their neighborhoods. I think it's a pity and pathetic because they have been living here for a long time. In theory, the government should guarantee and provide them a better living environment. They have been living here for a century, but the first request after the explosion was to relocate their village because they know these challenges will be unresolved for many years. So that's why they think the only option is to relocate their neighborhoods and relocate their villages. At the same time, many of these villagers work in these companies. So these companies represent their employment and represent their survival. They cannot live without these companies. They are fully aware of the pollutions and the health hazards. However, they cannot afford to live without these factories. We've been talking about just transition. There are several basic aspects of just transitions. First of all, poverty eliminations, reasonable employment, and sustainable development. These are all important in just transition. To these villagers and residents, it is important to have just transitions, but they also want employment security. This is another example. This is an industrial park in Kaohsiung that focuses on petrochemical industry. It was founded in 1971. In 1993, there was a severe air pollution incident and pollutant leakage incidents in 1990s, and local residents held a very violent protest afterwards. At that time, Ministry of Economic Affairs have promised them that this industrial park will be closed in the near future. However, this industrial park remained in operations until today. In 2018, the Kaohsiung city government downgraded the industrial park, and in theory, it can no longer accommodate petrochemical industries. However, the downgrade process is unresolved and uncompleted. So it's always a struggle between environmental protections and economic developments. When it comes to just transition, you can see we will encounter more and more issues like this. After the Kaohsiung city government planned to downgrade this industrial park, some of the union workers actually have a demonstrations. They hope that this industrial park would not be downgraded, because they fear that if these industrial park and companies is relocated, they will lose their job. So there are different forces and different opinions regarding to this industrial park. Even until today, it's still unresolved. In the international labor organizations, they emphasize on stakeholder engagement. They hope that through engagement, they can reach a consensus. If you look at this industrial park as an example, no consensus has been made so far. While some people would like it to be relocated, some people would like it to be closed, some people would like it to remain on the site. So there is a discrepancy and a lot of differences in opinion between different groups. Originally, this industrial park would be closed in 2015. It's because that originally that the National Petroleum Company would close the refineries in 2015 in Kaohsiung. However, even after the refinery was closed in 2015, these industrial park remained in operations. When the National Petroleum Company closed the refinery in 2015, we didn't see a lot of protests. So we need to probably take a look and review it, why that this refinery was closed without a lot of protests. And of course, that the national corporation is different from the industrial park here. There are 11 different companies in this industrial park, and most of them are in petrochemical industries, and one of them is in manufacturing. But once again, CPC or the National Petroleum Company have different arrangement for their employees before it closed the refinery. They will transfer them to different sites. They will give them better pension payment. They will also have retirement plan as well. So the National Petroleum Company, CPC, have a lot of prior arrangement before its closure. So that's why I think the results will be very different from these two cases. We'll be talking about objectives by 2035 or 2050. I believe that climate crisis is something we have to address. However, labors will be impacted in the process. We have to take that into consideration. Our previous speakers have mentioned about automobile industries. In Kaohsiung, we have steel-making industry, petrochemical industries, and also scooter making company. The headquarters, one of the major scooter manufacturers in Taiwan, is headquartered in Kaohsiung. So if they shift in the future from traditional scooter to hybrid scooter or electric scooter, how will this decision impact this company? And also, how will it impact the suppliers of this company? Maybe these major manufacturers can adjust along the way. They started to produce electric scooter. When they produce traditional fossil fuel scooters, they probably manufacture in-house by 80% to 90%. However, if they start to make electric scooters, I think probably 50% of their process will be outsourced. In that case, they probably have to downsize their employment numbers. So this is relatively simple because the strategy is quite clear. However, for their suppliers, the situation is more complicated. In the past, they have their components supplied by smaller manufacturers. For example, they have some of their motors and some of their components coming from other smaller suppliers. So under the net zero process, this major scooter manufacturers, Kimco, would definitely reduce their orders to their suppliers. And in that case, how will these smaller manufacturers adjust to it? Many of these smaller suppliers used to support, for example, agricultural machinery, but agriculture is also shrinking. So what are other options for them? So these are just some of the situations I noticed. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Please stay on the stage. I would like to welcome all the speakers and the moderator to stage for the discussion. Can you hear me? So it's 4:47 in the afternoon now. and our day is scheduled to be finished by 5:20, so we have about half an hour for our discussion. I have collected some questions here, and if you have more questions, please put them on Slido. So we can also ask questions to Dr. Trencher, who is online with us. So I would like to first ask a question. So are we thinking about setting up a just transition commission? So if so, what are the concrete planning in this direction? Thank you for your question. So in the future, we definitely have plans to set up a just transition commission. However, everything about this commission is still pending. The only thing we can be sure is that we have two big parts. The first part is cross-departmental coordination. We need representatives from all these departments in the commission. And the second part are representatives from the private sector, including the industries and academia and the civil society. However, what kind of power this commission will have is still pending. It has not been decided yet. But we need, for sure, one unit that has an overview of just transition. I have mentioned that the topic about just transition is actually outside of the 12 strategies that we proposed, which is why we need a commission. And this commission will also play a vital role in formulating the methodologies. For example, in the vehicle electrification and for energy saving and for carbon sink, there might be some cross-references among the issues, but some things will also be different, including the stakeholders that we have to communicate with, the methodologies, the strategies, and so on. So there will be a lot of technical discussions within the commission. Thank you for sharing. I have a question for Dr. Yun and Dr. Trencher. I'm going to ask in English.
Net zero and unemployment in relevant industries， 就是说，有什么最佳的方法可以平衡净零以及失业在相关的产业，像刚刚你们的演说中都。
So you talked about, for example, the automobile industry, for example, power generation, and the impact these sectors will suffer. We will start from Dr. Yong.
Yeah, thank you for a good question. I think we should try. There is no exact answer, but I think the social change will bring bigger positive impact if we try. Because, you know, as I mentioned in my presentation, the jobs we can make through renewable energy expansion is much bigger than the conventional energy system made. So, but the problem is total social outcome is much bigger. But, you know, in terms of individual, some individual can have some disadvantage, others can have advantage. For example, young generation, if they are prepared well, they can have more chances to have more greener jobs. But you know, the people who already employed in gray industry, they may have some problems. So at the level of individual, the impact is different. So those who can be negatively impacted, so our society or maybe Taiwanese society should prepare some social network, safety network. I think that is the way we should go. And even though the technology is a little bit different, but some training and re-education can make another chances. But the problem is that, for example, in Korea, all our labor unions sometimes argue the current job position should be maintained even after some social changes, especially energy transition change. But we need to think about newcomers can make another chance, but all the people who already employed should enjoy all chances for employment. So in this case, I think a social dialogue is very important. We need to make a social consensus. But in my opinion, we can have more opportunity. And, if we mobilize our society to respond to climate crisis or carbon neutrality, maybe we can contribute to reduction of global GHG emissions, and we can have economic advantage. If we we focus on the cost, we cannot make another chances. So we should make bigger advantage for society and for the planet. But there is a way, I think. So we should not stick to old system. In that case, we cannot make any innovation, any change. And the innovation and change can make bigger chances, opportunity. Always a crisis comes with the risk and opportunity. We should reduce the size of risk, but we can make the size of opportunity bigger. So we should be wiser, I think.
谢谢大车用啊，所以永远的。
Thank you, Dr. Yun. Because opportunities are challenges, but but crisis is opportunity, but it is also challenge. We talked a lot about employment. Actually, we have seen many similar issues in the past. And now I would like Dr. Trencher to answer this question.
Thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts. So I find myself agreeing with everything that was just mentioned now by my Korean colleague. So I think in Japan's particular context, the government has actually sent a very clear signal to the market, and that is basically by around the year 2035, that gasoline vehicles will no longer be allowed to enter into the marketplace. And so they've done a very good job about sending a very clear signal about the speed of change and the direction of technology. And this has given, the vehicle companies well over 10 years to make long-term plans here. So I would say that Japan is, probably well on track to I think, being able to mitigate some of these, I think, very large-scale changes that we can expect to occur in the various parts of the automobile value chain. However, I would say that on the other hand, the power sector, and I didn't really talk about this today, but I think a challenge that I think Korea would be facing, and I guess China as well, and Japan, basically the countries that have plant equipment manufacturers. So these are companies that sort of make these boilers and these turbines that go into these very, very large power plants. And the global market is shrinking. And in Japan, for I think the past sort of 3 or 4 years, the heavy equipment manufacturers were faced with declining demand for these power stations. And that was having a big impact on the factories that they held, because they have very large numbers of workers. And many of these workers are very physical people that, weld these very large pieces of steel. And in the USA, I think, or Europe, if a private company is faced with a decline in a certain product area, it would very quickly readjust its structure and probably retrench or fire a large number of people. But this is not done culturally in Japan because of this custom of lifetime employment. So these companies were faced with this need about what to do with these workers in the factories. And the short-term response was just to try and look for opportunities to build more coal-fired power plants. And then after realizing that there was a limitation to this, the idea was then how we can probably have to start opening, looking for new markets. So one particular factory was converted to a fuel cell factory that's trying to tap into the emerging opportunity of the hydrogen economy. And then they invited some consultants in, and we're having workshops and thinking, what can we do with these large spaces? Because we're experts in making very large things. And one of the ideas was to make waste incinerators. And so there's been a lot of sort of, I think, efforts from within these very large companies to sort of think about how they can reinvent themselves. But what we definitely need, I think it's been mentioned already in the discussion, is assistance from the government with these smaller companies that have less cash, that are usually focused more on the short term, just trying to survive each year, on helping them sort of, step away from this production line and thinking more long term about, this shrinking market and the changes that they need. So this is, I think, a big challenge. And then the final thing I would like to say is in Japan's case, I think like Korea, being a export-oriented economy, we can have the domestic car manufacturers, protest against this idea of phasing out gasoline engines. But the rest of the world, as we know, is moving very rapidly away from gasoline engines, especially the major markets that really count, which is China, which is America, and which is Europe. And so if they want to continue to sort of, sell vehicles in these markets, then they have no choice but to follow. And sort of that doesn't actually need the intervention of the national government. That's global forces that are going to dictate this. And we see that this has already had a big impact on Japan's hydrogen strategy, where Toyota and Honda were working very, basically making fuel cell vehicles was the center of their vehicle electrification strategy. And you probably noticed that there's not much talk about hydrogen vehicles coming out of Japan anymore. We're still going to make them. But the idea is that Toyota and Honda have had to accommodate these global forces and the taste of consumers in other markets. So global forces, I think, are going to be big drivers of the transition at the national level in these Asian countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra, for your response. During your presentations, I think there are some awkward situation in Japan. That's when they are developing renewable energies. There are more questions and problems arise with this waste disposal and also a lot of subsequent issues. So there are many issues that they will happen afterwards. We now receive a lot of questions, and many of them are directed to our government official in Taiwan. And it says that in the National Development Council, you are responsible for coordinations and integrations. What are the challenges you have encountered to overcome? I can also raise other questions, but maybe we can invite our Deputy Minister to answer first. So the questions that I receive are mostly related to how to coordinate between different ministries and what are the concrete results at the moment. I can't give you very specific concrete results at the moment yet, but I think that many ministries are already mobilized to participate, and they are willing to engage and communicate more efficiently between different ministries. And we also noticed that some industries, or in some ministries, in the past may have fewer experiences in public communication, and they are learning from each other to make it more effective and more efficient. I think that's a good sign for some industries and some ministries because they are willing to change. In every sessions and seminars, of course, that you may have 3 people with 5 different opinions, but it is difficult to get consensus. I don't think that just transitions will have the perfect answer even after deliberation and discussion. is something we have to continue to work on. It's a work in progress. When we discuss about net zero policy within the governments or discussions with industries or public, I think the information transparency will be helpful so everyone can make a more informed decision. It's difficult, but it's something we have to do to offer transparency. And also, we need to be willing to engage in the long term. These things will not be resolved in 1 or 2 meetings. I think that several presenters today have mentioned about how to plan our land, how to use our limited land mass, and that's something we have to think about as well. I have noticed a questions for Mr. Ye. I will also have like to refer this question to other presenter here from Korea and Japan as well. We care about employment, and we hope that no one is left behind. However, industries have been changing and evolving all the time. Our cement industries are almost eliminated now because of its high pollution. Other industries are also changing. We are moving to smarter and digital developments, and some old jobs are eliminated as well. So these things happen all the time. Every transitions will jeopardize some job opportunities, and people have to retrain and upskill. So I would like to ask all the presenters here, in this net zero transition process, how is it different from previous transition we have seen in the past, in the history? Maybe we'll start with Mr. Ye. During the transition process, just like what the moderator have mentioned, there will be job losses, there will be new jobs appear, the old production methods will be outdated, and some old jobs will be eliminated or will be forgotten. But I think that in the net zero transition process, there are several major challenges to the current laborers, because in this current process, you face more uncertainties. People would think that 2050 is very distant from them at the moment. For investors and capitalists, they would have more buffer zones to take actions and transform themselves. But for laborers, it's more difficult for them to prepare. If they do not receive government assistance or some incentives or subsidies, they will lose their job once all the fossil fuel vehicles are phased out. So we are seeing some uncertainties to these laborers. For these laborers, how do they adjust along the way? They may not have a clue or any tips at all. So we need to offer them some training and support. Just take the example that I mentioned before. For that industrial park, if you want to, whether you close it or you relocate it, what will happen to those workers in the local areas? If they are going to relocate with those factories, are you going to have a designated area for petrochemical industries? So these are all the questions that labor would want to ask and would want to have answers before these changes happened. So a lot of laborers are confused and clueless in the process. I think that nowadays the employment relationship is different from old times. In the past, it's a very direct employer and employee relationship. But now you are seeing outsourcing, insourcing, all different kind of gigs and all different kind of employment models. Maybe some employees work in this company, but they are not included in the headcounts. So how do you calculate and how do you prepare them? Because their employment contract may be terminated at any time. And all those outsourced people will be cut out right away. I don't think those outsourcing manpower are calculated or are included in official statistic at all. So it may become a gap or a black hole in the society that government's policies will not cover. For these gig workers or outsourced workers, they may receive stable salaries during the prosperity. However, they do not have enough savings for them to survive over 6 months of unemployment. So there are a lot of frequent changes they may encounter in the near futures when our industries need to shift. So this is a new issue. Maybe it happens with the current workforce. Thank you for your answers. I think that employment conditions now are different from the past. Maybe we now invite the Deputy Minister. I think this is a huge topic, but I can respond briefly. For the employment markets, of course, we want to have the social security net. It includes job trainings as well as employment insurance. And we need to review that whether our labor policy has sufficient support and protections for all the employers and employees. And of course, that we can discuss about whether our policy are targeted enough. Just like what Mr. Ye have mentioned before, for climate change and digital transformations, we are seeing new jobs and new kind of working models like the gig economy now. And of course, once again, we have to review the labor policy. As we see new working models emerge, we have to catch up and then to follow these changes in our policy framework. And we have been in discussion with these changes since 2018. The job appointments and labor insurances are important for them. We also need to think about the economic policies. We need to discuss about circular economy. If we are maintaining that kind of linear economy, traditional manufacturing models, it will be difficult for us to find new opportunities because the new opportunities happens within circular economy. And this is a big topic that I cannot cover and answer in such a short time, but we do have to adapt to the new working conditions. Maybe we can invite Dr. Yuns and Dr. Trenters to respond to this as well. How do you see the difference between these transitions and previous transitions in the history? What are the differences now? Maybe we start with Dr. Yun.
Yeah, in our history, human beings or society has changed several times. As a person, scholar whose major is energy policy, I think human history is a kind of energy history. When you think about our human history, the energy, the amount of energy and the sources of energy we have consumed changed a lot. But you know, in our history, such change was happen because of lack of some energy sources we have depended, or something new we have invented. But the current transition we have to make is intentional change, very different from previous change. Intentional change means we know why we should change, and we know which direction we should go. Carbon neutral and climate resilient society. So we have some direction and we make intentional change that is very different from previous transition. And you know, in our history, for example, very small example, when I was young in Korea, we used the bracket to heat our rooms or to cook. But nowadays, few people use that. Mostly, we use natural gas, and currently, more and more people use electricity. But you know, there were some people who deliver that bracket, or in the kitchen, we use the propane gas, not town gas. So, the propane gas should be delivered. So we had many workers to deliver that propane gas, but I cannot see anyone left. So what happened to them? Just they changed themselves, they just survived. But you know, we have grown with bigger capacity, with better technology now. So we can have some kind of capacity to make intentional change. And so that spirit, we can say, no one left behind. But we cannot say that in the past because we didn't have that capacity. But now I think Korea, Taiwan, and Japan have such kind of capacity. So I think when we talk about BC analysis for carbon neutrality, people just say how much cost needs to be required for carbon neutrality. But in that case, I ask, we should change the question. How? If we do not respond, how much cost burden we should be bear? So, you know, such cost is much bigger. The cost we have to pay for change. So we should change and we can make more chances toward the carbon neutrality. I don't think we should not stick to the past. We cannot maintain because our climate crisis do not allow us. So carbon neutrality is international norm. We should change. So we should make the way how to make it possible. So I think we can mobilize our wisdom and very advanced technology. I think we have capacity.
好，谢谢 Dr. Yong 哈。
Thank you, Dr. Yung. So the goal of the just transition is very, very clear. We have to do this by 2050. And now I would like to ask Dr. Trencher to speak.
Thank you very much. I like this question very much. It's quite difficult to respond to, but I think it's very important, looking back from history and learning from this and then applying lessons to make our transition into the future smoother and more successful. So I think that, in the case of especially Japan, there definitely have been historical industrial transformations, changes. And it was just raised in the previous comments from Korea here, that in the past, often they were unplanned. For example, Japan has lost its semiconductor industry. I think a lot of the semiconductor factories have gone to Taiwan, for example. And we've also seen a reduction in our steelmaking industries and also our solar PV industry. We lost that to China. But all of these, you could say, were kind of accidents. We didn't intend for this to happen. And we could also argue that they were often concentrated in very sort of, niche, even though they were economically important, they were still very niche areas. But what we're talking about now is a very wide, very cross-cutting conversation that's basically about removing fossil fuels from not only the energy mix, which is very abstract, but it's basically removing fossil fuels from our lives, and that affects everybody. And this is extremely wide-reaching, and it has to be done in terms, if you look at the amount of time it's taken to build up the infrastructure for fossil fuels, and if you look at the amount of time it's taken to develop these technologies and to deploy them, we're going to do the reverse now and dismantle all this. This is extremely disruptive. So the key word here is, I guess it's going to be hopefully a planned transition, but it's going to be incredibly disruptive. And so the consequences of this are going to be extremely large scale. And we know this. So again, we have the ability to plan for the future and hopefully to deliberate. But I would just like to emphasize, so it was just raised a moment ago that this is very important for environmental reasons. So environmental policy is a very large driver behind the transition this time. But the problem is, if there are too many sort of negative impacts, then we're going to risk creating societal backlash where people start to protest and people start to say, slow down, we don't support climate neutrality anymore. And I think that implication came from one of the earlier presentations where the speakers were presenting the reports of a Just Transition survey in Taiwan. And I was very surprised to see that there's not much, I think, societal awareness about the concept of sort of, the just transition and the need to completely eliminate carbon emissions. So if we sort of, if there are too many workers and factories and assets that are harmed, especially in an economic sense or in sort of people's livelihoods, people's lives suffer, then this is going to, we can assume, slow down the transition. And that would have very, negative impacts for the global economy and for the human species when we're faced with this climate crisis. Thank you.
好，谢谢 Dr. Chencher 的分享。
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Chencher. There is another question on my list, which I which many people have asked over the past couple of years regarding TSMC. So it's about how much power and water TSMC consumes and whether it has to make more contributions to the society as a cause. So I would like some rapid fire answers from the speakers. So can you give TSMC some suggestions about what more they can do? Oh, I'm not too sure what answer to give here. I think it is true that TSMC consumes a lot of resources, also in terms of manpower. But if I don't take TSMC as an example, as a specific example, what we're talking about here regarding production, workforce, water, electricity, I think we have to remain flexible. Otherwise, we will face some risks. Some employment issues. When we think about economy, we used to do it in a very straightforward way, which is if we don't need anything, we just get rid of it. If we don't need these workers, we'll just get rid of them. But we have to change this now. And this has something to do with how we rethink the economy. So there was a question about environmental assessment online. And I think we need to incorporate the element of environmental assessment in national spatial planning. But I think we have to do this in a different way. In the Taiwanese society, we have encountered some bottlenecks for environmental assessment, which is why I think I don't want a standard operating procedure, so to speak, when it comes to environmental assessment for the national spatial planning. I want to test it on a smaller scale, and if it works, we will extend it to different fields. I would like Dr. Yong and Dr. Chencher to answer the question regarding TSMC now.
I think TSMC is one of the most famous semiconductor manufacturing company in Taiwan. And TSMC already registered, participated in Ali 100 much earlier than Samsung. Samsung Electronics just maybe joined the Ali 100 1 or 2 months ago. So we, some Koreans are very worried about Samsung Electronics position because if Samsung Electronics cannot make 100% renewable energy electricity, they cannot supply the parts for Apple and other companies. So TSMC is more competitive than Samsung Electronics. So, but now Samsung Electronics joined Ali 100. Maybe the question is the same to Samsung, I think, not just TSMC in Taiwan, Samsung Electronics in Korea, the same position, I think. Yeah, they should contribute. They should exercise a social responsibility. But the issue is they already employed big numbers of people. So if they leave Korea or Taiwan, if you get some difficulties in job loss, unemployment, and they pay for some cooperation tax, I think. So it gives us, it contributes to your society and in Samsung's case, our society. But people think that's not enough. So, you know, nowadays ESG management is very important. So it means they do not think about the questions raised here. They cannot maintain the corporate sustainability. So it's not just for society itself, it's for themselves. Still, it is very important. So people here and people in Korea should monitor them, not to make greenwashing. And they can do their best for ESG management, and Ali 100 and our society and the Taiwan society should support them to utilize sufficient renewable energy electricity. In that sense, Korea is much behind. Our renewable energy is just 8.6% of total electricity generation. So, you know, in that case, Samsung Electronics can leave or other big company can leave. So Korean government should promote and should push, should expand renewable energy electricity as soon as possible. That is government's role and the company's role and the civil society role. Everybody, every sector has their own role, and we should make some integrative cooperation to make a carbon neutral society all together.
好，谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you, Dr. Young. So, Samsung is, of course, a very big company in Korea. And now I would like to hear the answer from Dr. Trencher.
Difficult for me to answer being based in Japan and not having much knowledge about the semiconductor industry in Taiwan. However, what I think differentiates this particular company from other companies is that it's a consumer of energy, especially electricity. And often it's the case that we have these large-scale consumers of electricity that are more sort of in tune with the need for the energy transition. They want to be committing towards 100% renewable electricity. And so Samsung has a member of this RE100 alliance, but we have lots of Japanese electronic companies as well. This would include Fujitsu, this would include Ricoh, for example. And so when we have these companies, committing to 100% renewable energy, and then looking for the providers, projects that can supply very large amounts of renewable electricity, and they can supply that at a very cheap cost, because it's important that this renewable energy is cheap. So this can have a very, very large driving impact on the energy transition, or especially in the electricity sector in that particular country. So, as an external person that's outside of Taiwan that doesn't have knowledge about the semiconductor industry, I would just hope that TSMC is it would be accelerating towards this target of 100% electricity from renewables, because this would be a very, very important driver for the transition in Taiwan. And I think it would be a very important symbol, because a lot of people now, of course, they want to see less fossil fuels in the economy. But they also want to know that when we're supplying, these parts, semiconductors for electric vehicles, batteries, we want to see these being produced with clean energy. So semiconductors from clean energy, this will be very important, I think, symbol for the energy transition. Thank you.
好，谢谢啊，谢谢。
Thank you, Dr. Trencher. TSMC is actually opening up a factory in Japan. So Japan might also see some similar issues that we have experienced here. So now our conference is coming to an end today. Thank you so much for sharing, especially for showing us the examples from Japan and Korea, for showing us the challenges and the targets and the goals. Thank all of you for being here, either here or online. Thank you so much again.
那请主持人与各位的语谈。
Okay, so now can we please move to the stage for a group photo?
Liao. 好，2022富邦全球化讲堂近零2.0转型加速型，迈向以人为本的公正转型，到此圆满结束。感谢各位来宾与线上与会者们的参与。
This concludes our event today, so thank you very much for attendance. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
别忘了您的随身重要物品，如手机、钱包或雨伞。再次感谢您的参与。